Oni má druhú časť, ale tam je zvukov stopu. Oni má druhú časť, ale tam je zvukov stopu. Prvá skontrolovaná sedia. Ale znepuje P01. Zlíhali? Ty kurvy neprišli odsypať. Bastardi sprostý narušený. Hnilobná forma.
Nebudem to rozvázať, proste to je ich problém, to je ich vec, to sú komerčné projekty. Ale v médiu verejnej služby musí byť priestor pre polemiku, veď to bol kedysi novinársky žáner, diskusia. To bol žáner normálne. Tak sa to aj učilo na školách. Teraz tá diskusia neexistuje. Ja nemám na mysli diskusiu v tom zmysle, že si zavoláš koaličného a opozičného politika. Ja myslím aj tie debaty v rámci publicistických programov, kde sa stretnú proste zástupcovia jedného jediného názoru a nikomu to nie je trápne. Proste o tomto hovorím, že ja som počul tú víziu novej generálnej riaditeľky a celkom sa mi páčila, len mám obavu, či ju bude schopná realizovať za situácie, keď tá rada STVR má v podstate väčšie právomoci ako ona. Či to pochopia aj na tom ministerstve kultúry, že ona potrebuje...
po smrti pána Krošláka na člen rady.
Že ona potrebuje mať nejaký priestor na realizáciu toho všetkého a že sa tu musíme už konečne pokúsiť vybudovať takú televíziu a rozhlas, ktorá nebude predmetom politického handlovania, že po každej vláde sa to všetko vymení od podlahy. To je potom štátna televízia. To potom zabalme, zbytočne na to vyhadzujeme peniaze a povieme si, že proste nevieme to robiť.
Nie je to moc idealistická predstava, čo hovoríš?
No, je to jediná cesta, ako vôbec zachrániť zmysel médií verejnej služby. Teraz sa nebavme o tom, či je to idealistické, ale podľa mňa je to jediná správna cesta. A tá pani Flašíková milo ma prekvapila v tom, že túto vec chápe, v tejto veci si rozumieme a na tom zasadnutí, prvom zasadnutí etickej komisie, tam boli všetci prítomní, aj za ministerstvo pán Machala, aj nebohý pán Krošlák, z čoho som stále v šoku, aj pani generálna riaditeľka, ako toto, čo ti hovorím, všetci sa s tým stotožňujú. Ak to takto budú chápať...
Minimálne v tej línii, ak to pôjde.
Ak to takto budú chápať, tak to má zmysel. Lebo inak, ako hovorím, naozaj nikomu nepríde... Lebo ja to poviem takto. A hovoril som to už dávno pred touto legislatívou, ktorá si myslím, že bola šitá horúcou ihlou, ale to teraz nechajme. Ten hlavný problém, ktorý máme, nie je v STVR. Ani v rade STVR. Ten hlavný problém, ktorý máme, je v licenčnej rade. Tá licenčná rada je dnes z môjho uhla pohľadu nefunkčná, pretože ak ti tam príde 90% zaplava sťažností a oni ich všetky pošlú do keľu, vlastne tu nejde ani tak o tú kvantitu, ale o konkrétne príklady, ktoré kričia, keď máš v zákone priamo napísané, že to vysielanie musí byť pluralitné. 3-krát počiarkujem. Pluralitné, lebo keď tam napíšeš, tam je aj, že aj objektívne. Objektívne niekedy býva vecou subjektívneho pocitu, hej? Ale pluralitné to je predsa úplne jasné. A keď príde sťažnosť na to, že 3 ministri zahraničných vecí diskutujú o zahraničnej politike a moderátor povie, že prečo tam neboli z opačnej strany, lebo nie sú relevantní. Ja to považujem za škandál. Keď si diskutujú v programe Veronike Cifrovej-Ostrihoňovej, ktorá mimochodom SMS-kou len tak oznámila, že odchádza zo dňa na deň kandidovať a ohrozila výrobu. Keď máš debatu o kvalite žurnalistiky, kde si pozvú Kresťanko Dybákovú, Dürera a proste ľudí, ktorých ja považujem za ten najväčší problém alebo za ukážku neprofesionality a oni sa sami označia za elitu prvom zasadnutí etickej komisie, tam boli všetci prítomní, aj za ministerstvo pán Machala, aj nebohý pán Krošlák, z toho som stále v šoku, aj pani generálna riaditeľka. Toto, čo ti hovorím, všetci sa s tým stotožňujú. Ak to takto budú chápať,
Minimálne v tej línii, ak to pôjde.
ak to takto budú chápať, tak to má zmysel. Lebo inak, ako hovorím, naozaj nikomu nepríde, lebo ja to poviem takto. A hovoril som to už dávno pred touto legislatívou, ktorá si myslím, že bola šitá horúcou ihlou, ale to teraz nechajme. Ten hlavný problém, ktorý máme, nie je v STVR. Ani v rade STVR. Ten hlavný problém, ktorý máme, je v licenčnej rade. Tá licenčná rada je dnes z môjho uhla pohľadu nefunkčná, pretože ak ti tam príde 90% zaplava sťažností a oni ich všetky pošlú do keľu, vlastne tu nejde ani tak o tú kvantitu, ale o konkrétne príklady, ktoré kričia, keď máš v zákone priamo napísané, že to vysielanie musí byť pluralitné, trikrát počiarkujem, pluralitné, lebo keď tam napíšeš, tam je aj, že aj objektívne niekedy býva vecou subjektívneho pocitu, hej? Ale pluralitné to je predsa úplne jasné. A keď príde sťažnosť na to, že traja ministri zahraničných vecí diskutujú o zahraničnej politike a moderátor povie, že prečo tam neboli z opačnej strany, lebo nie sú relevantní. Ja to považujem za škandál. Keď si diskutujú v programe Veronike Cifrovej Ostrihoňovej, ktorá mimochodom SMS-kou len tak oznámila, že odchádza zo dňa na deň kandidovať a ohrozila výrobu. Keď máš debatu o kvalite žurnalistiky, kde si pozvú Kresťanku Dybákovú, Dürera a proste ľudí, ktorých ja považujem za ten najväčší problém alebo za ukážku neprofesionality a oni sa sami označia za elitu žurnalistiky, ani nepríde zvláštne, že tam nie je nikto z ľudí, ktorí majú iný názor. A toto všetko licenčná rada odpáli s tým, že je to v poriadku, keď sú takéto diskusie. No tak ja hovorím, že tu máme problém. Toto je to, kde nás Peta tlačí, lebo tí novinári by to mali mať v sebe. A ja poznám takých novinárov. Aj keď sú možno z tej starej gardy, ale čo je to stará garda? To sú ľudia, ktorí majú skúsenosti. Proste my sme si tu zvykli na to, že Eleo, ktorý prvé 2 roky, nechcem povedať, že varil kávu, ale proste učil sa základné veci, zrazu píše komentáre. A potom, aký to môže mať? Porovnaj si Financial Times, kde Martin Wolf je značka, to je viac než novinár, to by som povedal, že to je ikona. A tuto nejaký 22-ročný sopliak poučuje univerzitného profesora ekonómie, ako sa má riadiť ekonomika štátu. Veď to nemôže nikto brať vážne. Hovorím o tomto. Tých novinárov treba viesť. Tých novinárov sa treba aj zastať. To musí robiť ten šéfredaktor, ktorý musí mať dôveru vedenia, že v prípade nejakých politických konfliktov on ich dokáže aj obrániť. Ale zároveň tí novinári musia byť natoľko vyspelí, aby dokázali rozlišovať tie procesy, ktoré patria do tej profesionality. Veď je smiešné, keď novinár nevie rozoznať ani redigovanie od cenzúry. A toto sú, čiže je tam veľa vecí, ale etická komisia môže dávať len podnety. Ona nerozhoduje, opakujem, ani nebude za môjho účinkovania, môžu zabudnúť na nejaké cenzúrne zásady alebo čo. Ale ona môže dávať len odporúčania a usmernenia, že proste akým spôsobom by mali tie médiá fungovať, lebo oni nefungujú dobre. A kto hovorí opak, tak je proste smiešné. Dokonca mne príde smiešné aj to, keď najprv vykrikovali, tam prelepovali si pásky, že proste ide doma temná a cenzúra. Rok to fungovalo ako opozičná televízia. Povedzme si na rovinu. To všetci sa pozerali, že to sa nedá, to je opozičná televízia. Hej? A teraz po tom roku zrazu idú povedať, že zase sa to ide. No tak Ale veď doteraz ste hovorili, že to je smerovízia, alebo ako ste to nazývali, že takto. A teraz po roku zasa ste nespokojní. Tak akože kedy budú títo ľudia nespokojní? Čím sa vraciam na ten začiatok, že tu sa robia naozaj proste tak demagogické kampane, kde sa vyťahujú úplný výmandi, aby sa s nich robili hrdinovia len preto, že je k niekomu vulgárny a drzý. Povedal by som to, lebo odvaha veľmi zlacná, toto nie je odvaha. A na niekoho vykrikovať alebo nevedieť sa slušne správať. No ale čelíme tu takýmto veciam a musíme ich zvládať s chladnou hlavou. Preto som ja, ešte keď som bol na tej pozícii, ktorej som bol, stále opakoval, žiaľ bezvýsledne, že nemôžeme vyhrať na všetkých frontoch. Nemôžeme postupovať, že proti všem a urobiť si tu zo všetkých nepriateľov. Tak toto nielenže nebude fungovať, ale tomu tlaku sa nedá ubrániť, lebo vidíme, že je tu sústredený tlak, podporovaný aj zo zahraničia. Tu sa vykrikuje, že sa dalo 750 000 na oslavy Cyrila a Metoda. Mimochodom, aj mne sa to zdá v čase konsolidácie brutálne vyhadzovanie peňazí. A nech sa na mňa nikto nehnevá, ako uctiť si Cyrila a Metoda sa dá aj inak. A nehovoriac o tom, že naozaj ľudia to vnímajú ako symbol. To sa nedá odpáliť, podobne ako tie platy politikov, že to je prd zo stromovky. No ale ľudia, ktorí žijú z huby do úst, to vnímajú a je to určitý symbol. Ale aby som sa vrátil k podstate, napriek tomu, že ma toto štve. Videla si takéto protesty, keď dal vtedajší premiér Ódor, progresívny premiér, šmahom ruky 21 miliónov Šorošovej nadácii?
Nie, nevidela.
Alebo, že tu existujú mimovládky dúhové, ktoré sú vyslovene stroje na mašiny na peniaze. Veď potom sa nečudujeme, že tu existuje vážny spoločenský dopyt potom, aby sa tieto verejné financie vyčistili. Ale keď sa tu poukazuje len na toto, no tak vidíme, že je to zástupná téma a že to nie je tak, že by ich veľmi štvalo, že sa tu rozhadzujú peniaze, že sa tu ich štve, že sa tu rozhadzujú isté peniaze. Ako voči tomu, ako sa tu rozhadzovali peniaze za predchádzajúcich vlád, voči tomu nič nemali. A preto mňa takíto ľudia, nie že iritujú, mňa ich kritika nezaujíma, pretože tá kritika nie je nie je úprimná, lebo sa nezakladá na nejakom spravodlivom základe, že padni komu padni, že tu existujú nejaké princípy. Mimochodom, to, po čom stále volám, už od atentátu na premiéra, lebo tam som si uvedomil, že tie počiatočné ilúzie, že poďme sa teraz zmieriť, popratať zmierenie spoločnosti. Demokracia z princípu je polarizujúca záležitosť. Ale to, čo potrebujeme, to, čo táto spoločnosť naozaj potrebuje a čo je chýba, je, aby tu fungovali spoločné pravidlá pre všetkých. Aby sa tu nestávali takéto veci, že to, že Čaputová tam, ako si povedala na začiatku, to je úplne ňu, to je mňamka, ale túto inú političku zvozíme pod zem. Že nám nevadia takéto až nekresťanské peniaze, ktoré sú dávané mimovládkam, ale vadí nám, že prihodíme na štátne oslavy. Proste na všetko by mal byť rovnaký meter. Potom sa stotožním aj s tou kritikou, ak vychádza z rovnakých základov. Ale toto všetko je obyčajný humus, je to ideologický, politický boj o moc, o žiadne hodnoty, iba za každú cenu dať dolu túto garnitúru a dosadiť tam svojich ľudí, ktorí budú ryžovať a rozdávať tie peniaze zasa svojim ľuďom, tak ako na to boli zvyknutí. O toto tu ide. A kým toto nebude vyriešené, alebo kým to ľudia nepochopia, tak tu nikdy nebude nejaký spoločenský zmier, pretože spoločenský zmier predpokladá, že s každým sa zaobchádza rovnako a ku každému sa pristupuje rovnako. toto neexistuje a vidíme to prakticky dennodenne. Preto je pre mňa tá opozičná kritika proste nepresvedčivá, lebo vieš, a potom sú také smiešné veci, že oni si doslova vymyslia, to je, mne sa niekedy až zastavuje rozum, že komu to vôbec napadlo vymyslieť taký obľudný termín ako ačohentizmus alebo vodebaltizmus, ktorý nemá mimochodom žiaden odborný základ. Cieľom tohto termínu je len to, aby ti zavreli hubu. Aby si jednoducho, keď poukazuješ na to, povedzme, som ako kritik všetkých vojen a jednoducho, keď teraz horekujú nad každým mŕtvým v Rusku a ja im pripomeniem, ako sa správali vo vojne v Iraku, v Juhoslávii, napokon aj Izraeli, kde to schvaľujú, tak oni namiesto toho, aby sa aspoň pokúsili do toho dať nejaký racionálny argument, vyšteknú, to je ačohentizmus. Ďakujem pekne.
Edo, a ja ti ďakujem za rozhovor a obsiahli a
Rusku a ja im pripomeniem, ako sa správali vo vojne v Iraku, v Juhoslávii, napokon aj Izraeli, kde to schvaľujú, tak oni namiesto toho, aby sa aspoň pokúsili do toho dať nejaký racionálny argument, vyšteknú, to je ačohentizmus.
Čo povedal?
Ďakujem pekne.
Edo,
Správali vo vojne v Iraku, v Juhoslávii, napokon aj Izraeli, kde to schvaľujú, tak oni namiesto toho, aby sa aspoň pokúsili do toho dať nejaký racionálny argument, vyšteknú, to je ačohentizmus.
Akčnoektizmus?
Ďakujem pekne.
Edo, a ja ti ďakujem za rozhovor a obsiahli a ďakujem a ďakujem ti pekné leto.
Podobne.
O nejaké informácie? Nič, no, toto je už absolútna katastrofa, čo som sa držal. Aj čo sa mnou. Či je to tým teplom naozaj. Môže byť. Tak sa ho vypnúť. Len to zašiť. Čo je junior? Čo sa deje? Čokoľvek sa deje, dobre to nie. Možno je to smeť plešinky asi. Tam je úplne odrovná. Plešinkov odchod. Načím spôsobuje to teplo, ale to začalo plešinkovou smrťou. Plešinka vždy, keď sa objavil, mi neskutočne zdvihol náladu. A teraz nie len, že mi nezdvihne náladu, teraz mi extrémne potopil. Ale Pelendek zmizol. Pelendek zomrel. Všetci zomreli. Nezobalo ma to až tak. Tak s plečníkom som bol 2 roky. A ja to je... Plečníka do toho prišlo teplo. A zároveň to komplikuje samozrejme situácia, že nič ma nebaví. Nič ma neinšpiruje, všetko je sračka. Plečníka ma odstavujú. Tak 2 roky, dá sa povedať, som bol s plečníkom. Ale zaujímavé, že oni zmysleli postupne. Šedochová žena zmizla, Plečinka tiež. Áno. Ako snaží sa nájsť.
Manchester United want to sign the worst striker in the world, and at this rate, I'm sure they'll eventually find. So what's going on? See, Man United are in the market for a striker this window yet again. Since 2020, United have had some interesting names up front. Odion Igalo was brought in on loan from Shanghai Shenhua. Wout Weghorst came in from Besiktas. Rasmus Højlund and Joshua Zirkzee came in to take the golden boot of Haaland. But this window, United are outdoing themselves. When the window started, United wanted to bring in Victor Gyökeres. But then reports came out they wanted Osimhen. Then news said they'd settle for Ollie Watkins. But now finally, it's been reported that United really want to sign Dominic Calvert-Lewin. This move would have made sense 5 years ago, but now this is just stupid. United fans are rightfully upset at having to settle for DCL, but unfortunately they're United fans, so a section is also saying stuff like this. Anyway, at this point it looks like United are trying to only sign strikers who are worse than who they already have. So I think Manchester United want to sign the worst
No. Plečinka, no Plečinka. Toľko šmákov, čo som mal za telky. Prachač. Prachačová žena. To je Plečinka do toho. Možno je to teplo. Takisto. Čo sa bolo 7.2024? Čo sa bolo v ten deň, minulý rok? Power World. A ja sa vyrovnať s Plačinkovou smrťou. Už je to viac ako mesiac. A neviem, čo sa deje. A som odsypal minulý rok o takomto čase niekedy iba ten futbalový manažer dosť, čo? Toho. To je ťažko, príde český belok zlome tiež, to sa si dočím tiež. Ja neviem, čo sa mnou je. Plačníková smrť. Typujem, že bola teplejšia ako bol minulý rok. Do toho. Asi je to teplo ma devastuje. To som odsypal Palm World na celé obrazovke.
Vajcia a život je vaječný. Život je... Ale... Sú to drobní vercovia, ktorí sa na to skladajú takhle. Pozrite sa, ak nám dôverujete, zase poslať bombu do konteksta.
Teraz sa narodil ďalší Plečinka junior. Ale naozaj sa bol celý môj zdravotný stav brutálne zhoršil takisto. Ale tu vidíme tú veľmi zaujímavú vec. Jeden Plečinka zomrel a narodil sa Plečinka junior. Narodil sa Plečinka junior. Ale to neexistuje, že to je len smrťou. To neexistuje, že takto sa cítim len kvôli tomu, že Plečinka zomrel. To si viacej aspektov. A z tohto povzviecha. A Plečinková smrť, poviem, že mi najviac... Plečinková smrť niečo spravila s môjim takisto zdravotným stavom. Asi naozaj všetko je psychika. A keď si totálne zničený, keď si totálne utrapený v hlave, tak keď sa aj fyzicky cítiš zle. Zomrelo strašne veľa. Zomreli šmáci. Ale s plečníkom sa najťažšie vyrovnal. Neviem prečo. A teraz je ešte plečníka Junior. Bol Pelendek. Pelendeka som tiež extrémne uznával. Pelendeka som tiež extrémne uznával, on bol tak mesiac, možno necelý mesiac. A potom už skončil tiež. Ale možno to nie je ani plečníka, možno to naozaj... Asi nemá niečo dostalo, nejaká choroba alebo nejaké hovno. Nejaký hnis. Možno sa môj zdravotný stav zhoršil bez ohľadu na plečinku, lebo... Možno je to teplo. Možno je to plečinka, do toho teplo. Do toho zdravotný stav sa zhoršil tiež. A keď sa zhorší zdravotný stav rapidne, ešte viacej, do toho keď som aj plečinka, do toho keď bude extrémne teplo, asi keď sa nabalí, to veľa okolností, keď sa nabalí, tak potom z toho vznikne toto. Takáto extrémne zdevastovaná pozícia, kde ma nič nebaví, kde ma nič neinšpiruje, kde sa neviem na nič namotivovať, kde sa iba utrápam. Je pravda, že ten najväčší plečníka zomrel trpelcom, ale je pravda, že tá najväčšia ťažoba prišla, keď sa mi zvýšila teplota na 30 stupňov. Keď sa teplota zvýšila na 30 stupňov, keď som vyšiel z tých 25-27, tak vtedy som začal mi byť extrémne zle. Možno naozaj ten hlavný dôvod je teplo. Naozaj ten hlavný dôvod toho, ako sa cítime teplo. Tak bude. Pravdepodobne kohokoľvek by som zavrel do tejto miestnosti, kde som ja, a bol by v tejto miestnosti 23 hodín denne, tak pravdepodobne by sa tiež cítil zle ako hovno. Však si povedám pičesovia tu boli pol hodinu a museli v kuse ísť von. V kuse truchnili, že to nedávajú. A teraz si zober, že by som ich tu zaval na 23 hodín. Nemohli by odísť. Museli by v teple zarezávať. Možno naozaj je to teplo. Ako hlavný aspekt do celého. A to, že plečinka zlomil, nejako neprispieva na to. Aj sa dostať z tohto. Aj sa nejako dostať z tejto depresie. Z tohto utrápenia mysle. A typujem, že to teplo ako katalizátor, toto dusno to podľa mňa zveľaďuje to utrpenie. Už som nemal sople a znova mám sople naspäť, znova prišli. Čo je takisto zaujímavé. Musím sa nejako vyrovnať s tým, že aj tak nechceš na toto svete kokot, no nechceš tu byť. Narodíš sa sem za trest a keď zomreš, si požehnaný. Pravdepodobne. No to je jedno, pointa je, ako som povedal, že táto sračka, ak si sem narodíš, dobre to nie je. To znamená, zomrieť nikdy nie je zlé, lebo, ako som povedal, dostaneš sa zo sračky. Ak sa dostaneš do ešte väčšej sračky, to neznáva až takú rolu, lebo zomrieš, ideš preč zo sračky. Máš aspoň šancu, že sa to zmení, to bude lepšie. Lenže ak tu budeš žiť v tejto sračke, tak to vždy bude iba sračka, vždy budeš trpieť. To znamená, vždy je lepšie zomrieť, lebo tam máš aspoň šancu, že to bude lepšie. Ak to budeš žiť, tak budeš v sračke. A ja potrebujem sa naozaj s tým vyrovnať, s touto virtuálnou sračkou. Ktoré som nasratý. A nejako stabilizovať moju mentálnu silu, lebo možno je to tým, že nemám nápoje. Možno aj preto mi je zle, možno tie nápoje... Možno tieto happy, tieto oranžové asi nerobia, asi tam chýba to, čo mi dávali tie blue sparky. Možno je to aj tým, že mi došli nápoje. Možno aj to pridalo, že sa cítim ako sračka. To, že za ten hlavný dôvod je zóna plešinka, to je jasné. Plešinka bol veľmi dôležitý a držal moju mentálnu silu na istej úrovni. Držal moju mentálnu silu stabilizovanú. Vždy, keď sa objavil plešinka, tak moja nálada išla hore. Teraz nielen, že hore nepôjde, ale je non-stop dole. Ešte horšie, ako bola predtým. Predtým bola dole, na istej úrovni nižšie, a keď sa objavil plešinka, tak išla hore. Potom, čo plešinka zomrel, tak už nemôže ísť ani hore, už je non-stop iba prepadnutá v hnoji. Teraz sa narodil ešte plečinka junior s jeho sestrou, to je tiež úplná katastrofa. Neviem ako sa stabilizovať. Ako ja viem, že nechceš tu byť. Aj plečinka iba trpel. Moc mi to nepomáha. Najväčší dôvod, prečo trpím, je, že nič nerobím, nič ma nebaví. Do ničoho sa neviem zažrať. Už ani náhnitý trón ma vôbec nebaví nejako. Odtedy, čo som v náhnitom tróne zohnal všetko, čo som chcel, odtedy, čo som zohnal triko, odtedy, čo som zohnal Obliviona, odtedy, čo som zohnal obidve zbrane, to vôbec nebaví. Absolútne ma to nebaví. A teraz ako len sa na niečo akože namotivovať v tomto teple s tým, že Plešinka zomrel, to nie je jednoduché. To nie je jednoduché v tomto utrpení, v tom ako je dusno, teplo. Ako je tu brutálne dusno. A teraz sa to zmení. Ako nepotrvá to dlho, potrvá to už iba 2 mesiace. Neviem sa stabilizovať. Čo logické sa neviem stabilizovať. Tá dobáka nastala. Čo ma stabilizuje? Power of Exile na sáčku. Nahnitý trón ma nebaví už vôbec, tiež. Last Depot bude... Kedy? Iba 8.7. do sáčky. To ešte nie je august. To bude o 2 mesiace. Last Depot bude o 2 mesiace. Last Depot bude o 2 mesiace, dovtedy sa zosejú. Potrebujem vidieť teplá, aké prídu. Ukážte mi 14 dní. To príde. Takže v podstate malo by to prísť 18. Naspäť. Ako nie sú veľké teplá. My sa nepodazovali, ale nie sú veľké teplá. To nie je teplo. To nie je teplo. To je Plešinkovou smrťou, ako som povedal. A asi nápoje, že mi došli. Asi nápoje robia problém. Lebo ja neviem, že mi je nejaké oveľa horšie, ako mi bolo pred rokom, 2 rokmi dozadu. To není tým. To není tým. To je mentalita. Proste priveľa utrpenia sa na mňa... Priveľa utrpenia sa na mňa zosopilo, tá Plešinka. Lebo tie skutočné problémy a to, ako sa zle cítim, prišlo s Plešinkovou smrťou, taký je fakt. A odtedy to ide iba do hovna so mnou. A ono je to hlavne vďaka tomu, že nemám čo robiť, nič ma nebaví. Všetko je sračka, všetko je vred. Neviem, dokedy bude žiť Plešinka junior. Neviem, dokedy bude žiť Plešinka z junior s jeho sestrou. To tiež je Tiež som nedokázal zabrániť tomu, aby som narodili. Bo som pičus, mal som tie vajce odtiaľ stiahnuť a to nemá zmysel. Rozmýšľam nad vecami, čo som mal spraviť, nikam nevedie. Čo som mal spraviť? Tejto filozofii sa treba zbaviť, lebo to je nič. Oh man. Samozrejme, že to teplo tomu nepridáva, to ako je jasné. No. Oj, to je to viacej. Spire Seal Cola. To je... Možno naozaj tým teplom a tým, že ma nič už nejako neinšpiruje. No plečinka už je mesiac mŕtvy a kým tu nebolo 30 stupňov, kým tu bolo pod 30, teraz do 33, kým tu bolo pod 30, tak som necítil až takto zle. Predsa ako hovorím, to je... Plečinka junior sa narodil, čo s tým teraz? Ten kedy zomre. Plečinka junior. Víte, čo to je? Sú slabí šmáci? slabý šmáci. No. Neviem ako sa stabilizovať. Jak je možné, to zomia? Prečo zomia? Už mám iba tie hodinové. Crimson Hellskewer. What the fuck is this? Toto je jedna z toho, čo mám mizivú šancu, typo. To je spear. Ja len to. Celkom cenu to má, kritická šanca. Zvolím tieto veci a mám sa stabilizovať. To teplo, no to teplo to asi brutálne katalizuje hore všetko. Najskôršie katalizuje hore. Plečníková som to samozrejme začala, ale kým to bolo pod 30 stupňov, keď to nebolo 30 stupňov, keď to nebolo viacej ako 30 stupňov, respektíve kým to bolo pod 30 ako, tak som to ako tak dokázal niesť to utrpenie, ale teraz to utrpenie ma valcuje. To teplo to musí masívne zveľaďovať. Je 1,5% šanca. 1,5% šanca. Crimson Hellskewer. To nemyslíš. Ja 1,5% šanca. Všetké melee evasion. Ako dá sa tam otvoriť melee evasion? Sa tu vysám, rozšrotujem to. Asi mi začínam hromadiť veci. To teplo katalizuje utrpenie. Teplo katalizuje to utrpenie. Kam odišla plečinka? Vôbec sa mi nechce ani zapínať. Kam odišiel plečinka junior? Kde? Kde je junior, keď ste páni? Niečo, veď studený držka už nepomôže. Vôbec. Vôbec. No, mám motiváciu. Respektive motiváciu, neviem sa do ničoho zažrať. Pokiaľ nie som zažratý do niečoho, pokiaľ niečo nerobím, tak či pleším, keď som alebo nie, vždy som v zlom stave. Pokiaľ nedokážem zamestnať svoj mozog, aby som nezaobal utrpením, tak a také zaujímavé, že v tom pičnom pokry mi zabonovali účet. No. Piče sa nechal očkovať.
Hned na začátek bych chtěl zdůraznit, že kromě té scény na začátku, kterou jsem si nemohl odpustit, toto bude seriózní video. Já vím, že u mě na to nejste zvyklí, ale zrovna na tohle jsem se chtěl podívat seriózně. Tak a o co dnešní video vlastně půjde? Stan, což je youtuber, který určitě všichni znáte, vydal před pár dnama video s názvem Lovím sexuální predátory na síti. Šlo o to, že se vydával za 12letou holku. Pomocí fotek jeho plnoleté kamarádky sledoval, jak se k němu lidi jako k 12leté holce budou chovat. Kdo to neviděl, tak se podívejte, budete to mít v popisku. A samozřejmě bych ještě rád zmínil, že to video, který Stan natáčel, byla reakce na dokument v síti.
Chceš ho vidět?
Jako co myslíš?
On chtěl v podstatě zjistit, jestli se po tom dokumentu, kde se tady ta problematika rozebírá, něco změnilo. A já jsem se rozhodl to zkusit taky, protože si myslím, že čím víc fakeů na té síti bude, čím víc se to bude točit a čím víc se o tom bude mluvit, tak tím víc budou ti predátoři posláni z toho, že se buď někde poznají, nebo je přesně nabavit ty fakey, co tam jsou, nebo že je uvidí manželka v televizi, já nevím. Jednoduše řečeno, točím to proto, aby se to ještě víc rozšířilo, aby se o tom ještě víc mluvilo. Kdo mě sleduje, tak dobře ví, že já se jenom tak nějakého trendu nechytnu, nějakou Tario figurku jsem si mohl strčit do prdele, ale tady ta problematika mi připadá vážná a rád bych přispěl k nějaké změně. Stana jsem zmiňoval, protože od jiného youtubera jsem to neviděl a vím, že to natáčejí i ostatní, že já se na ostatní nedělám, takže to jde mimo mě. A může být na to. Tak, založil jsem si teda učit na nejmenované, nejznámější české seznamce. Tahle seznamka už sama o sobě nemá moc dobrou pověst a jak bych řekl třeba 10. Na tento portál je tak jednoduchý se zaregistrovat, že není problém, aby se tam zaregistroval třeba 8letý děcko. Fotky jsem použil stejně jako Stan svojí plnoleté kamarádky. Na stránce jsem si sice musel nastavit, že mi už je 15 let, ale každý ten predátor byl minimálně jednou informovaný o tom, že mi, nebo té postavy, za kterou se vydávám, je 12 let. Hodil jsem tam nějaký random jméno, myslím Lenka Střelková nebo něco takového. Fotky kamarádky vám ukazovat nebudu, protože už nechci s takovou
O, že vy ste imbecilové a vy, čo sa vydávate za ženy, vy ste imbecilové všetci. Na to, že sa vydával za ženu a nachytával pičusov, musíš byť na pekne slušnej úrovni imbecil. Na pekne slušnej úrovni imbecil. Viete, ako ja si idem dať. Možno by som mal pustiť znova Ligu retardov. Vždy, keď zapnem Ligu ETO, tak to znamená, že sú katastrofálne zlé časy. To je pravda, sú katastrofálne zlé časy, ale... To problém s trónom je, že ako som povedal, trón je tak 2 hodiny denne maximálne. Ani toľko nie. Ani toľko nie. Do hodiny tam všetko vyťukám. O niečo viacej. 1,5 hodiny povedzme. 1,5 hodiny. Víš, dám si strojného držgaša. Možno naozaj je to v nápojoch. Imbecila, ktorý sa videu zažení, to je niečo. To je... To sú imbecile proste, to... A to musí byť imbecil, ja som to nedokázal. Ja som nedokázal hrať zarobiť zo seba ženu. Mi by to nedalo, ja som nemohol robiť, lebo je to imbecilizmus. To je... Všetko chorí zaostali ľudia, ktorí to robia. Chorí zaostali imbecilizmus. A hlavne hovorím, odkedy som získal všetky veci. Odkedy tu nič nejako extra nechcem. Ale to je jedno, či chcem, či nechcem, tá pointa je stále rovnaká. Trón není aktívna vec. Trón si zapneš, urobíš povinné veci, ktoré máš spraviť, ideš do prdela odtiaľ. Trón odsýpaš len popri niečom. Ako pauzu popri niečom, ako oddych od niečoho. Aby si niečo povedzme netočil 16 hodín denne, alebo 12 hodín denne. Si daš pauzu a odsýpaš nahnitý trón. Ale trón je sračka vo svojej podstate. Alebo sú naozaj zdemoralizovaní z toho tepla. Oj. No to nie je len Plešinková smrť, to nie je len smrť Plešinky. Toto je hlbší problém. Ako... Stratil som veľa šmakov som stratil za tie roky a nikdy som sa necítil takto extrémne zle. To je viacej perspektívy. To je viacej veci, ktoré to zosrli všetko. To Plešinka len jeden aspekt celé tohto kolotoča biedy. Jeden aspekt celého tohto mizerného utrpenia. Niečo, odchytím jednu rybu potrebujem mať. Odchytím jednu rybu, nahovorím jednu petolízačku. Dneska som kontakty ešte nerobil vôbec. A Robil, ne? Nebo? Takže to je to väčší problém. To celé väčší problém. Ale to teplo asi robí naozaj najviac. To teplo asi ma fakt devastuje. Asi to teplo ma devastuje fakt najviac. Čo tam ešte máme? Rezistenčný kontakt. Keď sa tie kontakty nechce vylizovať, poviem pravdu. Ani nejdem vylizovať. Vypínam to, posunám to do opakody. Ani sa mi sadlo domov, ani vôbec. Ja sa studeného držírša, ale to nie je riešenie. To nepomôže nič, to pomôže len keď tu klesie teplota pod 30 stupňov. Keď tu bude 29, tak by som sa mal cítiť menej zle. To bude naozaj asi tým teplo. Takže nejako nezvládam. No, nezvládam ho, lebo je strašne veľa do toho. Plečníková smrť. A do toho teplo, to je príliš veľa utrpenia. Keď bolo iba teplo a plečníka by žil, tak by som bol vo veľa lepšej pohode. A to je ten problém, že to je, keď máš iba chrípku, povedzme, jedna chrípka ťa až tak nedrtí sama o sebe. Ale keď do chrípky dostaneš boreliózu a rakovinu dokopy, hej, tak to už sa bude cítiť oveľa horšie. Alebo poviem inak, ak do chrípky sa ti zlomí noha, hej, ktorá ťa bude bolieť ako delo a nebudeš mať lieky proti bolesti, tak sa bude cítiť oveľa horšie. Toto bude presne ono. Ale fakt nechcem púšťať Ligu retardov.
No wonder Emma Watson is 34 and still not married. She has 3 strict dating rules, and the last one made her pass on 10 men. Despite being a globally famous actress, Emma Watson has repeatedly stated that she does not like dating celebrities. This has led many ordinary boys to feel a little impulsive, but it's worth mentioning that the ordinary boys Emma dates are not really ordinary. The least impressive one among them is a CEO with a net worth of $850,000. Despite this, Leo Robinson, this CEO, made great efforts to propose to Emma, but in the end, Emma still chose to let him go. Emma typically chooses her dating partners from friends of friends or people from her school because she believes that only in an equal environment can their relationship be closer to freedom and purity. This is also why she deliberately avoids dating celebrities. For example, she had an ex-boyfriend named Matt Janney, whom Emma met during an Oxford versus Cambridge rugby match. They hit it off at a party. Additionally, Emma is a strong admirer of chivalry. She believes that the essence of chivalry lies in thoughtfulness and care, not just surface politeness. However, no wonder Emma Watson is
What the
still
fuck?
not married.
Hovoríte minútu, nepoviete aj tak nič.
Inahiti delved deep into her strained relationship she shared with her ex-boyfriend, Jerome Flynn, unveiling the startling reasons behind their fallout. We hated each other. We had nothing to say to each other, both on and off the set of Game of Thrones. Flynn echoed her sentiments, asserting, "We're both adults and professional. We leave our personal differences aside when we step onto the set." Insiders privy to the show's production revealed instances where the drama led to heated arguments and on-set clashes between the two stars, causing disruptions and delays in shooting schedules. Sources allege that the rift between Heidi and Flynn emerged around 2014 during season 4 filming, coinciding with reports of there being a no scenes together clause in their respective contracts, which becomes very obvious in season 7 through multiple random instances. Anyway, subscribe for more. Inahiti delved deep into her straight
No, testosteron od žírčeho to nepomôže. V lige retardov. Čo som nakoniec odsypal? Z dola to išlo iba, že? Dole nemôžu byť dva kokoti spolu. Takto sa mi zdá, že tam dole, ak nechám dvoch kokotov spolu, ak sú dva kokoti spolu, dole je koniec. Môžeme zabaliť zápas. A podľa toho, čo vidím, tak som vytočil 3 nulákov. Z Solíny. Well. How? Takže nakoniec sa priklo na Solíniu. Spolek som úplne vypustil. Asi kvôli týmto zápasom, že mi kokot začal avkovať. Ne, tí kokoti Solínia, oni sú sprosté kokoty. Toto je to, áno, ja sa spomínam. Máš toplena, ktorý nič nevie, iba razí jednu líniu dopredu. Máš midlena, ktorý nič nevie, robí presne to isté. Keď máš jedného kokota, ktorý ide dopredu a razí, keď máš iba jedného, keď iba jeden midlaner razí dopredu ako kokot, alebo keď iba jeden toplaner ako kokot razí dopredu, OK. S tým sa ešte teoreticky dá vyhrať. Ale keď máš feedera na mide, ktorý razí ako kokot, feeduje jednu líniu a feedera na tope, ktorý je presne to isté, tam je problém s tým, že oni ti berú všetkých minionov. Tam je ten väčší parafrázový problém. Oni berú všetkých minionov pre seba, oni berú všetko pre seba, oni všetky veže ničia ako kokoti a podskapínajú. Feedujú. A nič neurobia, absolútne nič neurobia predtým. To je to, čo vždy hovorím. Mňa neporáža nepriateľský tým kokotov. Mňa poráža môj tým. Môj tým robí oveľa väčšiu škodu ako nepriateľský tým. Áno, bohužiaľ. Mať toplené a midlené a to môžem sa vzdať. Je to tak jednoduché. To je nič. Lebo to teplo a to dusno musím asi, lebo ani pán Štolverka nie je taký čiperný, ako zvykne byť. Väčšinou iba spí. Väčšinou iba zalezený hlavu v koži chuma. Naozaj sa chcem vyhnúť Liga retardov. Áno, Liga retardov ma privedia na iné myšlienky, ako to je garantované. No, že neviem, tá daň som mi to dosť vysoká.
We had your co-star Kit Harington.
Yes.
He complained all the different climates that y'all have to shoot in. That he's got the worst, and he's got the worst outfit for it because he's got like 40 pounds of fur and always in the cold.
I know. He does really like to tell everyone that. Yeah.
Right.
It's really heavy. It's really heavy.
Well, you have to be like warm places wearing silk, right?
Yeah. Well, no. See, this is the thing. Kit always complains because he's always in, and it's a very heavy cloak. It's a very heavy cloak.
It must
But
smell terrible.
Well, he's got abs. You can hold them up, and so he's fine. But so that's cold weather in Iceland and this, but there's short filming hours because there's only there's like 4 hours of daylight. Exactly. Whereas I'm in a quarry in Malta in like 100-degree heat, passing out every single season because I have 2 sets of hair on my head. But yeah, so Kit is always complaining that he's got it worse, and he's definitely got it better. He's drinking by 2 p.m. because there's only 2 hours of daylight. We're in a quarry till like 11 p.m. being like, go down, sun, go down. I'm hot.
We had your co-star Kit Harington.
Yes.
He complained all the
Did you know, in the show, the original version of Marjorie and Tommen's scene in Season 4, Episode 4, where she sneaks into his bedchamber, was way more sexual and seductive than what was depicted in the show? After reading the script, Natalie Dormer, who plays Marjorie, felt very uncomfortable with the scene and refused to do it unless the scene was toned down dramatically, which is what happened in the end. Natalie explains, "That scene was altered because I phoned Dan Wise and David Benioff and said, I'm not comfortable doing this. Anyway, subscribe for more. Do you know in the show the
Všetko. No nič dole. Situácia, jaká je. Nie je dobrá. Nič. Idem pozrieť, čo podľa piču sa spôsobuje vydýchaný vzduch. To je zistě, ale to asi ničí.
Domových prehliadok, 16 prehliadok iných priestorov, 16 osobných prehliadok a ďalšie procesné úkony. Do policajnej akcie bolo...
Asi toto teplo.
Takisto z iných zložiek ako
Toto ducno.
služby, ďalších
To bude asi hlavný dôvod.
špecializovaných zložiek, Links komando a iných ďalších zásahových jednotiek policajného zboru. Výsledkom tejto rozsiahlej mimoriadne významnej policajnej akcie bolo 9 obvinených osôb, vrátane jedného policajta. Z toho 4 osoby sú stíhané väzobne a 5 osôb stíhaných na slobode. Obvinenia týchto osôb sa dotýkajú trestnej činnosti, alebo teda trestných činov, zločinu založenia, zosnovania a podporovania zločineckej skupiny, ďalej pokračujúceho obzvlášť závažného zločinu vydierania, ďalej zločinov poškodzovania cudzej veci, obzvlášť závažných zločinov všeobecného ohrozenia, zločinov porušovania domovej slobody, nepriamej korupcie. V prípade dokázania viny týmto obvineným hrozí trest odňatia slobody 20 až 25 rokov, v prípade aj výnimočný trest doživotia. Podľa doterajších zistení vyšetrovateľa zločinecká skupina operovala s cieľom ovládnuť určité podnikateľské prostredie, šírením strachu, využívaním hrubej sily, prostredníctvom týchto metód zastrašovania, využívania násilia, poškodzovania majetku, násilia, poškodením alebo podpálením motorových vozidiel sa snažili vydobiť si vplyv v určitom podnikateľskom prostredí. Tieto metódy, ktoré používali, nie sú metódami, ktoré chceme v tejto spoločnosti, a teda s tým najhorším, čo môže byť, preto proti nim budeme bojovať. A pripomínajú nám temné obdobie 90. rokoch. A preto policajný zbor bude vždy bojovať proti takýmto metódam a proti takýmto formám organizovaného zločinu. Týmto dôkazom je aj policajná akcia Funeral, ktorou sme sa snažili preukázať, že policajný zbor je pripravený proti takýmto formám organizovaného zločinu bojovať. A teraz by som odovzdala slovo riaditeľovi Úradu boja proti organizovanej kriminalite, ktorý by vám povedal bližšie.
Takže ďakujem za slovo, pani prezidentka. Ja by som na úvod pani prezidentku veľmi stručne doplnil v tom smere, že prípad, o ktorom informujeme, tak Úrad boja proti organizovanej kriminalite vyšetroval dlhodobo systematicky a výsledkom bolo vyústenie do vznesenia obvinenia celkové 9 osobám, a to za trestný čin založenia a zosnovania zločineckej skupiny, ako aj ďalšie trestné činy, najmä teda násilnej, majetkovej a korupčnej povahy. Na prípade s Úradom boja proti organizovanej kriminalite veľmi úzko spolupracoval Úrad inšpekčnej služby a súčasne tak vojenské spravodajstvo. Tieto zložky sa veľmi významne
Ako už bolo prezentované, počas akcie Tunel bolo zadržaných celkovo 12 osôb a 6 osôb bolo zabezpečených na veciach. A zo 6 osôb zabezpečených na výsluh pred vyšetrovateľa protizločinskej jednotky UBOK boli 3 príslušníci policajného zboru zaradení na útvaroch kriminálnej polície, ktorí boli vo veci vypočutí a ich súvis s vyšetrovanou vecou bude ďalej predmetom ďalšieho vyšetrovania. Snad taký ešte sumár v rámci tej akcie bolo vykonaných 14 domových prehliadok, 19 prehliad iných priestorov, 16 osobných prehliadok a viacero výsluchov a procesných úkonov s osobami. Po prvom dni prebiehajúcej akcie po 36 hodinách po vykonaní
Koľko to ukáže PPM podľa tohto?
policajného zaistenia 12 podozrivých osôb. Nasledujúceho dňa vyšetrovateľ
Niekto tu bol.
východ protizločinskej jednotky zniesol 9 osobám obvinenie za skutky, ktoré prezentovala pani prezidentka. Následne vyšetrovateľ protizločinskej jednotky UBOKu po zhodnotení dôvodov väzobného stíhania podal na 9 obvinených podnet prokurátorovi krajskej prokuratúry v Košiciach na vydanie návrhu pre sudcu špecializovaného trestného súdu v Banskej Bystrici na 7 obvinených na väzobné stíhanie, 2 obvinených vyšetrovateľov prepustil vykonaný podnet na zatiaľ do väzby. Následne 3. júla sudca špecializovaného trestného súdu v Banskej Bystrici rozhodol
Dáme si nápojku sa na to.
obvinených
Je to klasická nápojka, klasický Happy Max.
uznal dôvody
Happy Max Extreme.
4 obvinených a 3 rozhodol o tom, že budú
Litrová servátka.
celkový sumár obvinených je 9 z toho
Litrový válibok.
väzobne
No.
stíhaní na slobodu. V rámci informácií konkrétnejších, ktoré nejak dokreslovali tú kriminálnu aktivitu alebo činnosť zločineckej skupiny, za ktoré skutky sú tí členovia zločineckej skupiny obvinení. Budem sa snažiť odprezentovať, ale z dôvodu, že sa jedná o živý prípad, ktorý je v počiatočnej fáze dokazovania po vznesení obvinenia s prihľadnutím na zákonom garantované práva zúčastnených osôb, ako aj prezumpciu neviny, je možné v jednotlivých skutkoch, z ktorých sú jednotliví obvinení dôvodne
Černoch sa tam posadil?
nejakých konkrétnych skutkových alebo dôkazných okolností, aby nedošlo k zmareniu
Černoch.
účelu trestného stíhania. Čo môžeme povedať je tomu základnému paragrafu založenia vykonania zločineckej skupiny, tak doposiaľ dôkazne zabezpečených podkladov vyšetrovateľ zabezpečil dostatočný
Práve plne ten vydýchaný vzduch ma ničí.
konštatovať, že najneskôr v roku 2019
To dusno.
v Košiciach sformuloval
To bude asi najväčší dôvod.
pôsobiaca až do súčasnosti, v podstate až do tej realizácie, ktorú sme vykonali 36. prevažne na území Košického a Prešovského kraja, za účelom páchania zločinov násilnej, majetkovej a korupčnej trestnej činnosti s plánovitou dielbou úloh.
Bo aj pán Štolek, ako som povedal, pán Štolek stále hlavu v kožuchu zašitý.
Samozrejme so znakmi nadriadenosti, podriadenosti v rámci skupiny v rôznych vetvách a štruktúrach zločineckých. Uvedená zločinecká štruktúra podľa doposiaľ zistených skutočností je dôvodne podozrivá, že svojím hierarchickým plánovitým a organizovaným a koordinovaným pôsobením sa spoločila, aby nátlakovými akciami, vydieranými násilnými rôznymi podpalackými útokmi a inými násilnými majetkovými skutkami voči vybraným osobám postavení štatutárnych orgánov rôznych obchodných spoločností alebo neštátnych inštitúcií pôsobila na ich rozhodovaciu právomoc a tým získala pre seba neoprávnený majetkový prospech. Snáď načrtnem len také základné nejaké línie skutkov, tak táto zločinecká skupina je obvinená aj napríklad z takého nátlakového pôsobenia, vydienania na obchodnú výrobnú spoločnosť na východe Slovenska, ktorej mali riadiaci členovia tejto zločinskej skupiny záujem presadiť svoj svoj vplyv získaním majoritného.
Was the Starbucks coffee cup in Game of Thrones Season 8, Episode 3 a mistake or product placement? It's not actually a Starbucks coffee cup. It's just a coffee cup. And I wish that we got paid for it, but we didn't. We just got torn to shreds. We were tired. We had been filming for 4 months solely at night time. I was just glad people were talking about our show. It's not that deep. It's really not that deep. Just a little coffee cup, 8 ounce. Was the Starbucks coffee cup in Game of Thrones Season 8, Episode 3 a mistake?
Spoločnosti, ako aj nákladných vozidiel a iných prevádzkových priestorov v celkovej škode sumárnej najmenej 350 000 eur. Týmito aktivitami sa v podstate snažili prevziať kontrolu nad touto spoločnosťou tým, že znehodnotia majetok a znemožnia fungovanie tejto obchodnej spoločnosti, aby sa potom mohli dostať k tejto spoločnosti a ďalej rozvíjať po svojim vedení. Následne, alebo aj iných tých skutkov, ktoré tak by som mohol načrtnúť, uvedená skupina taktiež je dôvodne podozrivá z ďalšieho skutku takého nátlakového pôsobenia, kde sledovala, pripravovala fyzický útok a aj vykonala niektoré skutky voči osobe v postavení štatutára neštátneho zdravotníckeho zariadenia s cieľom pôsobiť na túto osobu v tom postavení štatutárneho orgánu, aby získali rozhodujúci vplyv na jeho konanie a následne aj na jeho odstúpenie z tejto funkcie, aby prevzali ten majetkový prospekt a iné majetkové práva vyplývajúce z tejto funkcie a prevzatia právomoci na túto spoločnosťou. V rámci tohto pôsobenia sú podozriví, že v rámci...
Ak sa na niečo nenamotivujem, tak to bude len horšie a horšie s momentalitou. Potrebujem sa do niečoho zažrať.
Osobného motorového vozidla.
Čo spravili s tým Powerworldom?
Poškodeného a následne aj
Demon Eye.
obchodnej prevádzky, ktoré je
Reptilius.
s cieľom
What is this guy?
zabezpečiť, ak nie už vplyv nad rozhodovacím právomocami tejto osoby, tak je odstavenie z funkcie, čomu následne aj došlo
Spravili niečo zaujímavé s týmto?
tejto riadiacej pozície v tejto spoločnosti vzdala. Týmito podpalackými útokmi voči tejto osobe, čo sa týka podpálenia...
Však to je nevidieť, že by dali nových pálov.
Vznikla škoda cca 50
What the fuck, však to nič není. Čo spravili? Nič, čo? Dali rybarče, ne? Čo si dali? Čo spravili? Prečo to takto kocky ukazujú?
bola, alebo je dôvodne podozrivá aj z rôznorodej korupčnej trestnej
Šmáci, dokedy budete žiť na tom svete, kokotov? Nahodili ste sa, znova som tomu nezabránil.
zabezpečili účasť alebo spoluprácu bývalých príslušníkov bezpečnosti
Dokedy budete žiť na svete, kokotov?
alebo osôb blízkych bezpečnosti.
A ako sa dostať z tejto biedy? Vás depoch to príde a to ma udrží asi 2 týždne.
Trestných konaniach tých skutkov, ktoré vykonávali na zistenie skutkov stavu veci, zistenie poznaní, dôžiek o týchto veciach, ako aj celkovej skupiny, či zložky policie majú informácie o ich pôsobení na to,
Už to vyzerá ako hníz.
informoval o týchto veciach. Avšak aj na tomto poli budeme ďalej pôsobiť a eliminovať pôsobenie zločineckých štruktúr, pôsobnosti expozitúry Východ, protizločinecké jednotky prioritné, ale aj celého radu boja proti organizovanej kriminalite. Vzhľadom na prebiehajúce vyšetrovanie a procesný, ale aj taktický postup si myslím, že rozsah týchto informácií je na teraz zase postačujúci. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pán riaditeľ. Ja by som chcela ešte dodať pre verejnosť, lebo my sme to chceli odprezentovať práve verejnosti, tieto informácie, ktoré tu odprezentoval pán riaditeľ, ktoré ilustrujú veľmi vážne konanie zločineckej skupiny, ktorá sa sformovala na území Slovenskej republiky. Úrad boja proti organizovanej kriminalite naozaj v krátkej dobe, odkedy sa dozvedel operatívne o tejto zločineckej skupine, ktorá tu začala sa formovať a začala pôsobiť, vo veľmi rýchlom čase dokázala zdokumentovať a naozaj eliminovať túto zločineckú skupinu. A samozrejme týmto chcem využiť tento priestor a poďakovať všetkým zúčastneným zložkám, ktoré sa podielali na tejto policajnej akcii, či už operatívnym, vyšetrovateľom a všetkým teda zložkám zásahovým a takisto aj mimorezortným za ich nasadenie a profesionalitu, ktorá teda preukázala to, že policajný zbor je naozaj pripravený bojovať proti takýmto formám organizovanej kriminality, a to nielen zvonku, ale aj zovnútra vo vlastných radoch. Na teraz si myslím, že tie informácie sú postačujúce, pretože, ako som povedala aj v tom úvodnom, my sme síce v danom momente ukončili policajnú zaisťovaciu akciu, ale na tomto i naďalej pokračujeme a naďalej pokračuje vyšetrovanie v rozsiahlom dokumentovaní týchto závažných skutkov. Ďakujem a teraz je priestor na vaše otázky k téme.
Dobrý deň, Martin Pročko, televízia Markiza. Pani prezidentka, chcem sa opýtať, ako vnímate zlyhanie tých 4 policajtov, ktorí sa takisto týkajú týchto zásahov?
No, tak samozrejme je to individuálne zlyhanie, sa hovorí príležitosť robí zlodeja a mňa to veľmi teda mrzí, že sa nájdú medzi nami takíto príslušníci, ale čo je pozitívne, je to, že budeme na to reagovať. To ma teší, že naozaj aj dôkazom je to na to akcia, že sme dokázali to eliminovať aj vo vnútri. A takisto sa pokračuje vyšetrovanie ďalej.
Ja mám čo robiť, ja na túto poloču môžem odsýpať. Ten problém nie je v tom, že nemám čo robiť, ten problém je v tom, že sa neviem namotivovať do týchto vecí. Že sa neviem namotivovať na nahnitý trón. Lebo trón není aktívna vec. Trón nikdy nebude vec, ktorú môžem točiť každý deň a získať z toho nejaké paseky.
Že súčasťou tejto zločineckej skupiny bol aj príslušník policajného zboru, tak samozrejme táto skupina má množství v metódach práce policajného zboru, ale to je toto ďalšie procesne zdokumentovať.
Takže tak budem musieť točiť Lizarda. To teplo dusu ma drti. Najviac. Nedostatok kyslíka vo vzduchu. Tu bude on. To som všetko spravil toho. Toto nie je aktívna vec. To je báčkoradstvo. Ten problém je, že už tu mám všetko, čo som chcel. To je ten problém, ako som mal. Mám obidve zbrane, ktoré som chcel, mám Berkanty, mám Greja, mám celý set brnenia, dokonca aj piče náušnice mám. Už nič nejako nechcem extra. Už je taká pasika. No to sa nedá nejako namotivovať, toto je nič, toto máš do 2 hodín deň, vyťukáš a ideš. Dneska som už 1,5 hodinku dal na Lizardoch, mám uvoriť. Ďalšia vec je, že by som mal dať hodinky na Lizardoch. Dneska som už dával nejaké petolí za čo. Dokonca aj 2 pičné dungeony som to vyťukal. 2 chore krkonoše. Áno, plešníková smer ma ničí, ale to katalizuje to teplo. Teplo to extra mi katalizuje. Nemá byť o 3 náhodou, ona nemá o 3, o 7. A potom o 8 je tento hníz. Ako neuveriteľne sa mi nechce dávať. Nechce sa mi vôbec dávať tie švestky. Čo to robí junior? Motivácia, iba depresia. Depresia a toto nedostatok kyslíka vo vzduchu. To teplo je extrémne. Mal by som to ísť vylizovať, ale už aj nemôžem aj tak na 30 minút. Máme sa na 30 minútovku. Toto nie je tá bačta fragov, ktorú chceš točiť. Tron nie je aktívna vec. Tron urobíš čo máš, nie je tam toho veľa.
ďalší 8 boli v minulosti trestne stíhaní za nejaké konkrétne trestné činy, ale to by sme vám eventuálne vedeli dodatočne doplniť potom.
Samozrejme, ten šéf skupiny pôsobí na prvom stupni toho riadenia a samozrejme riadi a koordinuje tých ďalších, ktorí sú v rámci tej zločineckej skupiny na rôznych, ako tu už odprezentoval aj pán riaditeľ, hierarchických stupňoch. Takže asi to.
My sme sa z takej procesnej opatrnosti tiež neradi veľmi presne vyjadrovali, ale bolo to určite viac ako pol roka.
Ale nie viac ako rok.
Ešte nejaké otázky? Keď nie, tak ja vám ďakujem.
A kolega Retardo.
Ďakujem.
A to náhodou na Ilgo Retardo.
Hello, Charles. Thank you for.
You don't need, I can hear you from there.
Great talk today. My question is very much straight to the point. What did you make of the final season of Game of Thrones?
He asked, what did you think of the final season of Game of Thrones? I was not going to ask that question.
I was underwhelmed. I thought after all they've been through, to decide by committee. No. And I've just come back from Puglia. I went to a wedding that lasted 5 days. And it was my daughter's wedding, Lena Headey, my daughter in Game of Thrones, that is. Okay? Her second wedding, I hope she gets it right this time, bless her. And anyway, it was a bit of a reunion because there was Lena, of course, marrying Mark from West Texas. And bless him, Peter Dinklage managed to get there. He's working in Berlin at the moment. And Conleth Hill, who's one of my favourite people. And I mean, all big Sophie, who is now, you know, God, I don't know how old she is, but like Maisie, she started when she was 13 and grew up in Game of Thrones. Just astonishing. So that was really rather wonderful. But we actually were all in agreement that it kind of went off like that. It didn't go out with a bang. It just, you know, slipped away. It's a great pity.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yes, please. Could you also please say your name? I think it makes it...
Speak without the microphone. It's better. Yeah, I can hear you from here.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Adam. First, thank you so much. It's a really great storytelling, and we really enjoyed it. So my question is, like during your entire career, have you ever thought about becoming a director? Since it's pretty common, I think it's definitely not uncommon for people to switch from acting to directing. Have you thought about that? Or?
Yeah, I've done it. I've done it. I've written, I don't know, 3, 4 screenplays, one of which got made, principally because I had Judi Dench and Maggie Smith in it. I could have shot the telephone directory with those two. And it was just, I was sitting on a set in Budapest, and a library set. And there was a book of short stories that I read this one and I read it again and I thought I know exactly how to do that. And because one of the things I did at art school was photography, I like to think that I understand the language of the camera. I know what lenses do. And I love the medium of film, anyway, whether it's on television or in film. So, yes, the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Major Disney remake?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. And then you're gonna have 7 dwarves, then their extras, then their stunt doubles. They're all gonna get paid.
Well, I think you should be happy because that movie turned out, it was atrocious.
I heard it was dog shit.
Yep,
Okay.
atrocious.
So
it's all good.
Yeah, and I won't see it because I'm pissed off about it. I will not watch it. I love Disney.
Don't
I'm a
worry,
Disney
nobody
fan.
else is going to see it either.
No, I heard it hanged, but oh well.
But when you think about it, it's Peter Dinklage, Vern Troyer.
Yeah, it's me.
You?
To be honest, I would say Vern
Brad
Troyer,
Williams?
me. Fucking the British actor.
Oh, the British one.
You're such a piece of shit. Yeah, Warwick Davis. That's it. Warwick Davis. Leprechaun, and then he did a bunch of other Ewoks and that. But Warwick. I would say the most.
Wee Man.
Fuck we. Yeah, for sure. I would say I am 4th.
On the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, of midgets. Yeah, that makes me really uncomfortable. I love it. I love
mean-
when I say it for the first time because it went around people because they literally go.
Gave me the M word card.
Yeah, only
last
use it around me.
I still have not captured
I don't
that
like
card. I don't want
You
to.
can say it.
No.
It's fine. My dad will not say it. Eric Potts will not say the M word.
No.
It makes him very uncomfortable.
I mean, I get it.
That's a word. Why are we being again when we go to ego? If I'm offended by that, I view myself different. Ooh, on a pedestal.
Mm. Hey, you're top 4. You're.
I would say Dinklage is above me.
Sure.
I would say Warwick Davis. Wee Man's above me.
You get mistaken for Wee Man?
Yes, all the time. I get Dinklage and Wee Man all the time. My buddies love it.
So when you get Dinklage, you just like.
I literally call people. It's happened with Landon and I the other day, and I had to text my buddy. Just got Dinklage. Just got dinked. Pissed me off so much. Because we don't all look alike. Like,
of course.
Fuck, you think all children are the same person? We're all essentially children. We look like children. Fuck off. Stupid.
Did you know in the show, Lena Headey used a body double for her walk of shame in the final episode of season 5? Actress Rebecca Van Cleave performed the infamous walk of shame nude for 3 days, said, "It was one of the scariest, most wonderful, most gratifying experiences I could have imagined. I never in a million years would have thought I would be in Durbanik, surrounded by hundreds of extras and crew members throwing food at me, but it was amazing." There had been over 1,000 actresses who had applied for the role of Headey's double for the season's climatic episode. Lena Headey says she chose not to be nude for the 6-minute climax sequence for several reasons. Among them was that she was pregnant and felt that this fact would distract her from being able to deliver the powerful performance that the scene required. Lena Headey would walk Van Cleave through each shot, giving step-by-step insight into Cersei's mindset. Anyway, subscribe for more. Did you know in the show, Lena Headey used...
Oh.
Did you know in the books, after Tyrion pulled the trigger to kill his father, this is what was really going through his head. The bolt slammed into Tywin above the groin, and he sat back down with a grunt. The quarrel had sunk deep. Blood seeped out around the shaft, dripping down into his pubic hair and over his bare thighs. You shot me, he said incredulously, his eyes glassy with shock. You always were quick to grasp the situation, my lord, Tyrion said. That must be why your hand of the king. You are no son of mine. Now, that's where you're wrong, father. Why, I believe I'm you, Rick Small. Do me a kindness now, and die quickly. I have a ship to catch. For once, his father did what Tyrion asked him. His bowels loosened in the moment of death. Well, he was in the right place for it, Tyrion thought. Lord Tywin Lannister did not, in the end, gold. Anyway, click the bell icon to be notified. Did you know in the books, after Tyrion pulled the
Vy vaši zásahy.
Did you know in the books, Robb follows Eddard's stance on he who gives the word must swing the blade. The great John's men led Lord Karstark through the press, hands still bound. Long Lou waited beside the block, but Robb took the poleaxe from his hand and ordered him to step aside. This is my work, he said. He dies at my word, he must die by my hand. Lord Karstark dipped his head stiffly. For that much I thank you, but for naught else. The blood of the first men flows in my veins as much as yours, boy. You will do well to remember that. I was named for your grandfather. I raised my banners against King Aerys for your father, and against King Joffrey for you. At Oxcross I rode beside you, and I stood with Lord Eddard on the trident. We are kin, Stark and Karstark. This kinship did not stop you from betraying me, Robb said, and it will not save you now. Kneel. Did you know in the books, Robb follows Eddard's stance on he who gives the word must swing the blade. The great John's men led Lord
Plešinka, čo špekuluješ? Pleši. Junior, relaxuj. Junior. Relaxuj, Junior, relaxuj. Na prachačov mieste. Kedy si prachač tam relaxoval? Kedy si tam prachač relaxoval, dievčino? Kam skáče, čo robí ten, čo tam vidí? Čo tam černo vidí?
And she then went on to describe to me a...
Čo to vidí, černo?
You had to give all these monologues. You spoke a lot.
Oh, God.
Do you miss that?
Jensen once asked me, he was being very polite, but he asked me one day, he goes, I've got to ask you this. So Bob and I were wondering, how come when you're doing your off-camera dialogue, you're perfect. Everything's right. And then we turn around onto you, it takes you 3 takes, 4 takes to get it. And one time he asked me this, and he had a couple of drinks, so he was nicely lubed up. And it was like at 3 in the morning, something stupid. And I said, listen, you're the lead. You're basically talking bollocks. They give me a story that they think is funny. They give me lines that they think is incredibly funny when they've written it on paper. I now have to read that, find a way to believe it, and find a way to make it actually mean something. Otherwise, I'm halfway through going, this is cack. It means nothing to me. So I said, that's the reason why. I'm carrying the bloody plot, or I'm carrying the counter plot, or I'm carrying the C story, or I'm carrying... It's
For how many years?
I did 8.
You did 8 seasons.
And listen, I'm telling you, I love those guys. I love those guys with all my heart.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We had ups and downs. I mean, the thing at the end was the weird thing.
What was the weird thing?
Nothing to do with the boys. It had nothing to do with anything else.
They didn't ask you to come back?
Well, no, it was worse than that. It was kind of tacky. It was like, well, we don't think we have enough money to pick up your option next year.
Are you serious?
Well, because they were working out how to do what they were going to do with a story that they needed to continue beyond, into the 13th and 14th seasons and rest. And I think a particular showrunner, remain nameless, was trying to kill me for about 4 or 5 years. And it was just funny because I kind of knew, because I knew the rest of the writers. But I didn't care about it. That wasn't the problem I had. The point being is I went from being a guest star that refused to sign a contract for 5 years to now I'm 3 years. I mean, Warner's put me on the poster before my deal was done. they put me on the video box. They were just like, well, you can't sort of ignore it. And then it was like, take it or leave it. And I think it was majorly about getting the boys out on a Friday more than anything else.
Right.
Which is smart. I mean, for God's sakes, they've been working for, 10, 11, 12 years at the time.
Keď som ponažil, skončilo úplne katastrofálne, úplne hovno.
When they that popular, kind of such a
people still do recognize me because I do look very different.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's still a Joffrey essence there in my kind of bone structure. But no, whenever, like, for instance, I was walking down my, like, very kind of anonymous residential street in London a few weeks ago. It was kind of like a highway, really, a motorway. And it was in the middle of the night, but someone drove up and said, "Are you Joffrey?" And they, like, hopped out of the car and, like, got a photo with me. And first of all, I was like, how did you spot me? You know, it's the middle of the night. I look very different. But it's always, like, this excitement, you know, this, like, joy. It's not, like, ever sort of, like, a negative reaction because they didn't have the character. It's just, like...
I mean, I feel like people are smart enough to realize that it was acting.
Thankfully they are. I mean, people ask me all the time, oh, do people bully you on the street? Do people, you know, send you hate mail? Like, I've never experienced any of that.
To družstvo musí za to zodpovedné, neexistuje. Vyzeralo tak, že nezvládam to teplo. Tak to vyzerá, no. Ale to nie je tým, to je tým, hlavný dôvod je plešinka, teplo. To, že ma to nebaví nič. V kuse rozmýšľam nad biedou, neviem, presne rozmýšľať nad biedou, lebo sa neviem do ničoho ponoriť. Pávek zásačka, Last Epoch začneš. Last Epoch začneš v auguste. Fallout, tam nie čo robiť. Od za chvíľu je štvrtok a ja som nerobil v tejto sračke ani tých lizardov. Toto je to. Tiež sa mi to nechce s tým sa.
Iranians have asked this question. Will Russia support Iran? I would like to ask this question on their behalf.
Look, your colleague has just spoken about the statement of the Russian Foreign Ministry on the events between Israel and Iran. Everything is laid out in our position. I have nothing to add. That is all. We are in contact with our Iranian partners on a permanent basis. We had this contact today, and I think we will have it tomorrow and the day after. We continue our relations. This is the first thing. And the second thing, I have already said this, is that our specialists work in Bushehr. There are 250 people, and the total number can reach 600. And we are not leaving. Is this not support? Well, Iran has not contacted us for other support. But I repeat, we have been given the estimates.
Mr. President, I would like to return to my first question. Because we are talking about what is being discussed in German society very actively. Olaf Scholz held a debate on the delivery of the Taurus rocket. when he was Chancellor, and now Chancellor Merz has not yet publicly said what will happen. If Germany were to deliver the Taurus, how would the Russian Federation react to this?
I have already spoken about this. I just did not articulate it clearly enough. I apologize for what I said unclearly. In general, we know the background of our relations. We know what happened in the 1940s. We know what happened during the Second World War. And we know how much effort was made by the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation, and Germany to heal the wounds of the past. And we managed to do this in many ways. This applies to East Germany, the German Democratic Republic, but it also applies to Western Germany, the Federal Republic. It is enough to remember what Willy Brandt and his party comrades did. Kohl also did a lot. The Soviet Union opposed the division of Germany. It was not the Soviet Union's initiative to divide Germany after the Second World War. We were against it. And in any case, no one doubts that in the 1990s, it was Russia, the Soviet Union, and Russia who played a decisive role in uniting Germany and breaking the wall. I hope no one in Germany has forgotten this. I would like to underline that our representative of the Russian Parliament wrote this in his letter to his colleague, the Federal Republic. Russia has not taken a single step in the entire recent history, I would like to emphasize, which would contradict the interests of the German people and the Federal Republic of Germany. Well, the situation has changed now. I do not want to give estimates of the position of the Federal Republic, which occupies us as a result of the assessments that are given in many Western countries. All right? This is a question of political estimates. When we see German tanks in Ukraine, not even in Ukraine, but in Kursk, for example, there is no doubt that it is Russian. This is, of course, a different story. And what are Tauruses? These are high-precision weapons that Ukrainian servicemen cannot control. They are not able to do this. This is an obvious thing. Everyone knows this. It is impossible to use Tauruses without space reconnaissance. Only Western countries can do this. It is impossible to use Tauruses without German officers. Only German officers can control Tauruses. What does this mean? Does this mean that Bundeswehr servicemen will strike Russian territory with German weapons? What does it mean if the Federal Republic is not drawn into a direct armed conflict with the Russian Federation? This cannot be called otherwise. This is not our choice. We do not want this to happen. But if the leadership of the Federal Republic makes such a choice, all right, we will make use of it. I will not go into details now, but this will certainly cause serious damage to our relations. I say this very gently. But this will not have any impact on the course of hostilities, because the Russian armed forces have a strategic advantage in all areas, in all of them. No matter what anyone says, our troops advance along the entire line of combat contact every day, more or less, but they advance every day. And further advance, even if Tauruses are used, is inevitable. This means that we will destroy our relations with Russia, and there will be no result on the battlefield. In the end, this is the decision of the German leadership, if it has the mandate of the German people to do so. And you know what is going on there, so I mean on the line of combat contact. I hope that, you know, due to political reasons, you cannot tell everything objectively there, but it is clear to everyone. I hope that your employees who work there can see everything. You see, the Ukrainian armed forces are mostly equipped with 47%, and the assault units are less than that.
Dúfam, že to v septembri až novú sezónu. Zlé časy sú, no, priveľa biedy sa zvrhlo, plus neviem čo robiť. Neviem sa na nič namotivovať. Sú len také veci ako Náhnitý trón, Fallout, ale to nie sú celodenky. To nemôžeš sa zobudiť, spustiť a vypnúť po 8 alebo 12 alebo 16 hodinách. To sú len také dvojhodinovky, čo nerieši situáciu. Také dvojhodinovky.
Jensen Ackles was about to quit filming The Boys.
I can't do that, man. He put some stuff in that script. He's written this character in a way that I had to call him and be like, what do you want me to do? how does this play in the? I can't do that, man.
When you have Jensen Ackles on board and you push him to a zone where he is so uncomfortable that he's making phone calls, that you're in the right space.
Jensen Ackles was about to quit filming The Boys.
I can't do that, man.
Our favorite bastard has finally opened up about the ending of Game of Thrones as well as the Jon Snow sequel series they were developing at HBO. As you all know, Game of Thrones' final season delivered one of the most divisive endings in the history of modern media. Even as I sit here right now, over 5 years after they aired its season 8 finale, there's Game of Thrones fans all over social media having emotional debates and discussions regarding the final season. In fact, there's some Game of Thrones and A Song of Ice and Fire fans who will never forgive the writers for how they ended our favorite show. It's really not hard to find thousands of hours of videos highlighting exactly how we all felt after the show aired its final episode. And we're not the only ones who were upset with the show's writers. I'm sure all of you remember the way the actors reacted after they read the final season. Although the actors will mostly avoid saying something bad about the writers, a lot of them were not able to hide how they actually felt in that moment. There's even a famous video of Amelia where she mockingly shared her thoughts about Game of Thrones last season.
Have you shot your final scenes yet? And are you happy with how things ended? Yeah. She didn't say yes. You didn't say yes.
Best season ever! It's the best. It's the best season ever.
Although we haven't heard from every actor, I think most of us already know they secretly share the same feelings. In a new interview, Game of Thrones actor Kit Harington finally shared his thoughts about the show's finale. He also revealed some new information about the Jon Snow series as well. He said, "I think if there was any fault with the end of Game of Thrones is that we were all so effing tired. We couldn't have gone on longer. And I understand some of the fans who thought it was rushed, and I might agree with them, but I'm not so sure there was any other way. I look at photos of me in that final season, and I look exhausted. I look spent. I think there were some mistakes made, story-wise, at the end maybe. I think there were some interesting choices that didn't quite work. Although the show did leave him feeling exhausted, he also knows they shouldn't have ended the final season with only 6 episodes. It's only one of the many mistakes that Dan and Dave made. I also like how he said, I think there were some interesting choices that didn't quite work. I'm assuming one of those was having Arya Stark defeat the Night King. He sort of revealed that already during his behind-the-scenes interview for the final season. I fully understand why he wasn't happy about this whatsoever. Now, I might be reaching here, but I believe he was livid. There should have been a final showdown with Jon Snow and the Night King. Almost anything would have been better than having Arya jumping out of a damn bouncy house onto his back. It is one of those enormous mistakes that has affected, or even infected, House of the Dragon. In fact, House of the Dragon fans get upset whenever the show reminds us of the White Walkers because we all remember how easily they were defeated after they made it south of the Wall. They are still setting them up as Westeros' biggest threat, although everyone knows they will never make it south of Winterfell. There was another interview where Mr. Harrington also revealed he doesn't want to watch the new show.
I just can't watch it. I think it's, for me, it's just, I spent too long there. And I wish them all the best, and I hope, and I hear it's wonderful and going really well. But I don't think I'll ever watch that show.
It sounds like he's not ready to visit Westeros again after living there for nearly a decade of his life. Now, I saw there were a lot of fans making fun of him for this statement. They basically said, how's he not ready to watch House of the Dragon when he says he wants to make a Jon Snow show? A lot of fans think he's upset because HBO is no longer making his Jon Snow sequel series. Well, his new interview shed some light on who actually came up with that idea. Most of us thought he was the one who brought that idea to HBO. I know I certainly thought he was the one who wanted to make that show because George R. R. Martin said he was developing it with his own writers and directors. He said, what I can tell you is it was HBO that came to me and said, would you consider this? My first reaction was no. And then I thought there could be an interesting story about the soldier after the war. I felt there might be something left to say and a story left to tell in a limited way. We did spend a couple of years back and forth developing it, and it just didn't, nothing got us excited enough. In the end, I kind of backed out and said, I think if we go any further by developing it, we could end up making something that's not good. And that's the last thing we all want. There's a lot of baggage that goes with it, and I think that was part of the issue. Jon Snow will always be such a significant factor in my life. It might very well be the biggest thing I do. I met my wife on it, I have kids from it, and I have lifelong friends from it. I'm recognized on the street because of it, but it was also working against what I want to do. which is separate myself from the show. By still being with it, it would be very hard to ask everyone to see you as something else. And it's kind of essential to my job for everyone to come and see me and not see Jon Snow. So it sounds like it wasn't his idea after all. Not only that, but he's also the reason why they're no longer making the show. I find this to be interesting because it shows it was HBO who still wanted to find a way to have Game of Thrones on the air. I don't think they were satisfied with how the original show ended either. I just don't understand why they allowed Dane and Dave to end the show the way they did. At the end of the day, they are the ones who own the rights to A Song of Ice and Fire. They could have hired other writers whenever they wanted, but for some reason they never did that. It was even after George R. R. Martin flew to New York and begged HBO to make more seasons. HBO even offered Dan and Dave an endless amount of money to make extra episodes. Something doesn't add up here. Now they have different leadership who doesn't want to give House of the Dragon enough funds to faithfully adapt Fire and Blood. I wonder if the merger affected Harrington's relationship with the executives at HBO. If they're not giving enough resources to House of the Dragon, a show that's already incredibly successful, I wonder how much they were going to give for a show centered around Jon Snow. It initially seemed like they were excited about this idea. On his Notablog website, George R. R. Martin said it was actually Kit Harington who brought the idea to us. I cannot say the names of the writers or showrunners since that's not been revealed, but Kit Harington brought them in also, his own team, and they are terrific. Everyone is asking about my involvement or lack of same. I am involved, the same way I am with Night of the Seven Kingdoms and The Sea Snake and all the animated shows. Kit Harington's team has came here to Santa Fe and worked with me and my own team of brilliant, talented writers and consultants to hammer out the show. I know a lot of you don't agree with me on this, but I still think a Jon Snow series could work. Now, the actor might not have liked any of the ideas they came up with, but George R. R. Martin liked the idea enough to invite them to his house to work on the show. I would still love to see what's happening in Westeros 5 years after the events of Game of Thrones. There might not be anything happening out beyond the wall, but they could always have Jon go south again to face a different enemy. I always liked the idea of an evil Bran Stark, or a greater threat from Essos, or the Shadowlands beyond Asshai. I guess it really doesn't matter anymore because the actor is no longer interested in the show. They should give House of the Dragon whatever money was allocated for the Jon Snow show. We all know Season 3 will need at least an extra $50 million. Maybe we're going to have to start a GoFundMe for House of the Dragon. Now, I am happy we were finally given some more inside information about the Jon Snow sequel series. Let's just hope they give House of the Dragon Season 3 and Dunk and Egg the justice they deserve. The writers, showrunners, and the fans have spoken. Now it's up to HBO to do the right thing. The last thing they want to do is dismantle this franchise anymore by making the same mistakes over again. Let me know what all of you think down below. I'm always interested in hearing what you have to say. Once again, I want to thank all of you for watching another video. I will be making new videos every week about Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, Dunk and Egg, The Winds of Winter, and so much more. As always, have a great day everyone. I will see you again very soon. Bye.
Oh, man. Tohto sme sa dožili. Oh, man. Ja sa z toho neudrž groša. No nič. Iné, čo nám ostáva, snažiť sa nejako stabilizovať. A síce nejako sa stabilizujeme, ale Last Epoch. Čo, to je jediná stabilizácia. Jediná stabilizácia, ktorá tu je. Pokiaľ to teplo neklesne po 30 stupňov, tak stabilizácia je vylúčená. Ale ak to je nejaká stabilizácia predtým, tak samozrejme skúsime stabilizovať tú situáciu. Môžeme sa si na pustiť Power World. Power World sa nedá spustiť. Neviem, čo sa stane s juniorom a jeho sestrou, to tiež zaváňa utrpením ako všetko. Ak Beloch nás čoskoro opustí a jej čas príde. Belo je s nami už 4 roky minimálne. Aj viacej. Belo je s nami 5 rokov, ne? Aj menej. Áno, je to... A už to je tá zasáčka. Máme tam. Žiadny cieľ to nie je to... Je niečo to stabilizovať. Je nejako to stabilizovať. To 11. júla, to už bude čoskoro. Piatok. Takže buď piatok alebo sobotu to môžeme už rozbaliť. Ale nepomáha tomu nič, to nie je spánok, to nie je spánok. Je úplne jedno, kedy spím. Som tak unavený ako v nohe. To... Spánok nie je ten problém. Ja som vždy spal teoreticky, to dosť. Ten problém je zakotvený v tom, že stále si prehávam v hlave utrpenie, stále myslím iba na utrpenie, na biedu, lebo nie som do ničoho namotivovaný. Od tej, čo som získal obidve zbrania a celý set v tróne, tak sa vytratila tá jedna forma nasmerovania. To je konec. Ako mám si dávať stojených držgrošov, koľko chcem, stojených držgroš ma nespasí. Henaky vyšli dole, co si obesáčku. Neviem, čo sa stalo. Ešte keď som tieto zbrane točil, kalantiu a sračky, čo sa zmenilo, čo sa stalo? Plešinka bol tiež mŕtvý, keď sa tieto veci stali. Plešinka bol mŕtvý. Čo sa stalo, že ešte som... Nebolo to také teplo asi. Naozaj to bude súvisieť s tým teplom. Príliš dlho som v tomto dusne. A už si to asi pýta svoje dáne. Čo sa stalo? Čo sa zmenilo? Lebo nič sa nejako extra nezmenilo. Mám veci, ktoré som chcel v tróne, to skomplikovalo situáciu samozrejme. Ale to není náhnitým trónom. Náhnitý trón na doplnok, no to je to, no. Situácia začalo sa to lámať. Do čoho som bol zažianý pre Path of Exile? Trón som dosť točil, bolo tam čo točiť, bolo Plešinka bol mŕtvý mesiac. A ja som to zvládal relatívne dobre prvé 2 týždne. Nebol som až takéto sračke, to teplo to opäť išlo. Čo sa zmenilo? Zmenilo sa teplo. Na začiatku júna ešte to nebolo 30 stupňov podľa mňa. A potom situácia sa nastavila na nahnitý Path of Exile. To vydržalo krátko, samozrejme. Lebo nahnitý Path of Exile samozrejme pokazili ho, zničili ho, Path of Exile nemá kvalitu.
upcoming this Thursday, we'll be getting some pretty exciting new updates. There will be a new daily event where we have to stop the Arkham invasion and we can obtain some decent extra rewards. There are a number of weapon changes, most notably Sword and Shield plus Cordy Crossbow has got a massive nerf. They've finally done it. But yes, there's a whole other bunch of fixes here, including kind of an exploit on Dagger, a bunch of weapon balancing too, including some Archboss weapon buffs, and yes, an update to the VIP system that we will be getting to, and runes will be going to level 90. We will also be able to get Obsidian far, far easier with a ton of new sources, including from the new event, a much easier chance to actually get Nebula accessories, pretty much guaranteed that you get one of them, and it will begin the trials for the new 4-star dungeon. There were also a bunch of fixes to the new raid, some very thankful ones here, and they have announced some new skins, at least coming to the Korean server.
Treba sa pozviechať, musím pracovať na stabilizácii. No ak sa mi nepodarí stabilizovať moje utrpenie, tak to nebude dobré.
Where many of you were missing your rewards. So let's go through everything. There's a lot to cover. I'll try to have timestamps on the player below, so you can skip to any section you're most interested in. But
musím skúšať stabilizovať situáciu.
All of these things are only just yet confirmed for the Korean server. It is very likely we get a copy and paste of everything, but that is still to be determined. Wait for tomorrow for our own official patch notes and announcements. But jumping back to the update notes, we'll first have a quick look at the new Arkham Invasion event. So what we will have to do is interact with these spirit extractors. It will allow multiple people to interact with it simultaneously. You can see here different rewards that can drop. For example, Solent, Arkham Seals, Weapon Mastery Points, Artifact Chests, and even Obsidian Fragments. They do say here in the patch notes that it will basically be 3 times per day at these times, still to be determined exactly when for us on Global. And then Saturday and Sunday would be 4 times. Now getting these Arkham Seals, you will then be able to exchange them up until the event ends at these different event merchants in the usual spots, and you can see what you...
Motion Squad, Amito, Shameless, Succubus, Camouflage Foundation, Force Spider, Crystal of Chaos, Open Seed, Conversion Stone, 10x, what the fuck is this? This is horse dog.
You'll be able to get an emote, the squat. This could be different for us in Global, as I believe many of us have that already due to Gate of Infinity. A new Amitoi, the Shameless Succubus, a Camouflage transformation, the Forest Spider, not entirely sure what that means. The Crystal of Chaos, I believe this means Prism Shards. You will be able to get 2 per character, costing 50 seals. The event is just for 2 weeks, July the 9th to July the 23rd. Add 1 day to those dates for us on Global, most likely. You'll be able to get some magic powder, then some soul stones. I believe those are entropy shards. Just 2 per character, and those, yes, you can purchase your legendary equipment with. But yeah, a very little amount. But yes, only 2 it appears. Conversion stones, artifact chests, and I believe this is 15% stellarite. I don't know what they mean by open seat. So that is what we know with the event so far. If we're lucky, we get an official global announcement of the event tomorrow, or potentially later, like they did with the Fortune's Calling event. But jumping back to the patch notes, we can then see a bunch of weapon changes. So the Sword and Shield, that Wave of Annihilation can only activate now on melee attacks. This is the ability that Sword and Shield plus Crossbow, usually Cordy Crossbow, relies heavily upon in order to deal massive damage with that spin. You are triggering your Spectrum of Agony on every single hit of your Annihilation Barrage shot here, which is pretty broken when you get the enemies next to you and stack all that damage. completely nuking groups of enemies. So unless the translation is mistaken, this is a massive nerf to that. It should only apply now to melee attacks and should no longer trigger at all on that Annihilation Barrage shot. In terms of Dagger, there's a bit of an exploit fix where you could quickly switch between Thunder Spirit and Umbral Spirit and basically have both effects active if you were quick-fingered by changing your specializations when you were in the fight. There was a change to the concentration stance effect of Healing Touch. Now it will completely remove your movement speed. It will last for 4 seconds and deactivate if reused while it's active. There was just a tooltip clarification with detonation mark, so it does explode if you use it again when it's 2 stacks. Fix an issue with Wand, Vampiric Contract, so it will properly apply, even though you might be a little bit further than the range.
Neviem, či treba stabilizovať toto utrpenie. Treba skúšať stabilizovať toto utrpenie.
Weapon changes. So for the Cordy Greatsword, this effect will now follow the target hit. For the Delasnoa Spear, this now has a 60% damage increase. For the Delasnoa Bow, this has been updated a little bit. The effect has been changed to inflict damage and the collision effect within 3-meter radius after dealing damage to the first enemy hit with that whirlwind arrow. With your arrow.
Treba sa sústrediť.
So then your Delasnoa Sword and Shield, a bit of an update here too. This is how it was, and this is now how it is. That's a pretty
Treba snažiť sa nemyslieť na utrpenie.
range of your rake increases to 4 meters.
Snažiť sa nemyslieť na to, že plečinka zomrela na všetky smrti.
And when hitting targets, you gain damage reduction. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the rake is with chain hook here. It seems they're completely reworking this from where it would affect Blade of Annihilation. The Queen Belandir Spear, I believe on the tier 1 version, will now have 600% bonus damage to that skill Death from Above. This is then a little bit behind the upgraded version, which has 800% of base damage. But that's about it for the weapon changes. Again, we'll be getting the new VIP system. They announced the new additions that the Korean server are getting. We have gone through this in a previous video, but now runes will be going to level 90. This, I assume, would be a result of having the new 4-star dungeon trial. I guess most of my impactful runes are nearly level 80. I haven't done much grinding of Hero 5 trials, but yeah, my skill damage boost, this one is painful. Still only level 56. Earrings were updated to have the correct amount of resonance. It will require 3 now to re-roll that. Then Obsidian Fragments. They will be adding them to the Arena Merchant. You will be able to purchase 3 every week. That's really good, creating a reliable source to work towards getting 100 to finally craft your Black Anvil weapon if you don't have it already. You will also have a chance when collecting Marines on Gigantorite to get Obsidian Fragments. Probably most of you have just been ignoring that flying whale. So now is a chance to seek it out, and good luck on Obsidian drops. We will also be able to get 3 fragments every week due to a weekly mission achievement. This means already a total of 6, 3 from Arena and 3 from weekly missions, along with being able to get them via the new event whenever we kill those bosses. So it's looking very promising to be able to get our Black Anvil weapons within these next few weeks. As for Nebula, it's getting a new chest. It will require 350 Nebula stones, so I would recommend saving them. But you can buy this twice per week, and it gives you a chance at any one of these Nebula accessories. Just remember though, this is only announced for the Korean server so far. There's a chance we don't get this for global, as our drops are a little bit different. And then they announced the 4-star dungeon trial. This should be a lot of fun, and I'm surprised they're already adding it since we just got raids. They do say Nightmare or extreme difficulty for the raid will occur August the 20th. So you can prepare for that, and remember, you will need 7,000 combat power to enter. So I hope you're working on that legendary weapon and armor to get them upgraded. There will be some adjustments to the field boss event, mainly with regards to the time the The gates will disappear 3 minutes after appearing. Characters and party registered at the gate at 3 minutes will be teleported to the boss. The boss will appear 1 minute after being in the boss space, and the event will proceed for 25 minutes. Arch bosses will be as normal, 5 minutes after the gate appears and 1 minute for entry, 50 minutes for progression. And they've added new rewards. So first place gets a rune chest and weapon mastery points. The rune chest will give guaranteed regular runes with a chance at chaos runes. And then some fixes to the new raid. There was an issue where the first boss could disappear all the statues if you match the colors successfully, and an issue where the stone statues would disappear instead of explode when defeating the boss. Also, if one statue explodes, all of them will explode. So that was actually a bug we ran into. And the location of the resurrection area in the second boss has been changed. I would assume this is done so that when you wipe on this boss, the bosses will properly get reset. But you can see a whole long list of other fixes too, but let's have a closer look at the new skins. They have a little bit of a teaser trailer here, showcasing the new gladiator skin, and then the female skin to match with that, I guess. Along with the new weapon skins to match with it somewhat. However, we don't know when we'll be getting this. It's only right now confirmed for the Korean server. Again, this is the female outfit, then the gladiator male outfit. You can remove the decorations, this is what it's like for the female, and then for the male. You can of course change the colors of it, female character, male character, and then there's the weapon skins. The great sword, the sword and shield, the daggers, nearly look like crossbows, but these are the crossbows, the bow, the staff, the book and wand, and then the spear. Finally, there was a bug with the inter-server siege, the rewards, and some guilds not obtaining them even though you may have won. There was an announcement that they would be compensating you for that, but again, this is only announced for the Korean server. It was announced that the devs were looking into it, but this sure was a while ago, June the 30th. Just yesterday, they also made an announcement that they were banning people, and this was because you could take the first raid boss out of the fight, intentionally or accidentally, but you could intentionally kill him there, thus circumventing all the mechanics. But that's it for this one. A lot to look forward to with regards to this week's updates. A special thank you to all the support.
Attention support personnel. Aftershock detected. Please collect any newly revealed materials.
No.
Did you know why Messi completely blacked out his leg with tattoos? A lot of people was thinking that it was just an Argentinian tradition or to look tougher, but this is not actually true. The real reason Messi fully blacked out his lower leg will leave you speechless. In the 2010s, Messi was the best player in Spain, and he was always clean cut with 0 tattoos. In the 2013 summer transfer window, Neymar Jr. signed for Barcelona, and Messi got a lot of tattoos everywhere all of a sudden. But getting a lot of tattoos is common in South America, so the normal thing was to ask the tattoo artist for whatever, without putting much thought into it. And only 3 years after he got the tattoos, Messi was feeling regret about it and didn't like the tattoos he had. He got them covered with a huge block, and that was one of the most painful mistakes he has ever made. Did you know why Messi completely blacked out his leg with tattoos? A lot of people was thinking...
Ten imbecil nič nepovedal. Čakal si, že niečo povie a povedal hovno. Nepovedal vôbec, kvôli čomu sa tam piče zdával tetovanie. Ako je skoro o 2 stupne menej ako včera. Aj 32,7. Stále 32,7. To nie je len v tom. Bude extrémne ťažké stabilizovať toto utrpenie. Nie je celkom jasné, že sa nepodarí stabilizovať toto utrpenie. Ja si myslím, že sa mi ho nepodarí stabilizovať do septembra, do augusta. Myslím, že ho začne stabilizovať možno na konci augusta. Teoreticky to možno sa začne dávať dokopy, ako tak ťažko povedať. Ešte nevieme, čo sa stane s juniorom a jeho sestrou. Tiež, čo sa stane ešte s Belochom, Belo môže zomrieť. Ťažko. Ťažko, ešte neviem, aké utrpenie príde. Skomplikuje sa znovu stabilizácia. Snaží sa stabilizovať situáciu, ale to je... Lebo tie veci, ktoré dávajú, to VIP, do nahnitého trónu, to nejako neovplyvním. To VIP je dobré pre ľudí, ktorí nemajú čas, ktorí chcú za 2 hodiny vybaviť, do 2 hodín všetko vybaviť. Respektíve do hodiny chcú všetko vybaviť. Hodina, hodina pol chcú byť hotoví. Do hodiny a pol. Chcú všetko vybaviť do tej hodiny a pol. Ale ja nechcem rýchlo skončiť veci, ja mám čas celý deň. Celý deň sa srať z tohoto sračku chuju. Ďakujem mi to teda tak brať naozaj, že každý to zomela nežije na svete kokotov. Toto musím naozaj tak nejako prijať, že áno, mne chýbajú, ale pre nich je to lepšie. To znamená, ja ako nesebecká bytosť by som nemal trpieť, keď niekto zomre. Lebo to, že trpím, keď niekto zomre, to je znak, že mám v sebe radosť sebeckosti, lebo trpím kvôli mne, chýbajú mne, ale nechceš žiť na tom svete kokotov. Už bez ohľadu na to, či to bude horšie, alebo to nebude horšie, keď zomreš, pointa je, nechceš žiť na svete kokotov. To sú tie veci, ktoré to sú. A toto naozaj musím prijať ako tie dôležité fakty. Každý, kto zomre, tak bol odmenený. Každý, kto nemusí žiť na svete kokotov, bol v každom prípade odmenený. Lebo aj keby to nejakým zázrakom bolo horšie, aspoň máš šancu, že keď zomreš, máš šancu, že to bude lepšie, máš šancu. Máš šancu, pretože ideš z hnoja, hej, ideš preč z hnoja. A máš tu šancu, že možno to bude lepšie. Lebo si v hnoji, si v sračke, trpíš na svete hajzlo, bastardov, skorumpovaných bytostí, mentálneho hnisu. Keď zomreš, máš nádej, že sa dostaneš do lepšieho stavu. Keď tu ostaneš a budeš žiť na svete týchto hajzlov, bastardov, chorých bytostí, tak budeš vždy v hnoji. Nemáš žiadnu šancu, nemáš aj nádej, nemáš nič. Momente ako žiješ na tomto svete hajzlov, momente ako si na tomto svete hajzlov, čiže je to fiktívne, alebo to nie je fiktívne, pointa je stále rovnaká, si v hajzli. Čo tam robí junior? Čo tu robí junior? Nič, ako hovorím, je to čo to je. Dneska som spal dosť, ja som si lahol. Táňu som ešte aj zaspal, som riskoval, že ich dostane pičúc. Som to aj tak nezvládal, som si lahol od tej 9, od tej 8. Do 11. som sporadicky ležal. Takže nejako extrémne unavený nie som. To znamená, či si pôjdem lahnúť alebo nie, to sa uvidí. Ale zatiaľ to vidím tak, že sa si nepôjdem láhnuť. Asi by som to potiahol tentokrát. Neviem, dokedy bude žiť junior s jeho sestrou. A potom, aké skúsenosti mám, tak môže to byť deň, môže to byť mesiac, môže to byť roky. To je ťažko. A viete kokoti. Ako je taký koniec spraviť, spraví iba tupec. Iba chorý jedinec. Iba mentálna sračka. Primitívny pastát. By bol odrovnaný kaliber psychického hnoja. Neviem, čo tu chytám tie ryby. Už mám solidnú, lepšiu udicu, už ma nebudem. To je finálna udica. Už lepšie sa nedá. Z tohto udicov je chytanie ryby jahoda. To už je nič, to už je pohoda. Oj, tie problémy sú masívne. My sa neviem, ako sa z nich dostaneme. Nedostatok kyslíka vo vzduchu mi bude spôsobovať tie problémy, ktoré mám. Toto rybarčenie vo folate nemá absolútne žiadny význam. Ani v náhnitom tróne, keď rybarčíš, nemá to význam. Minulé leto som bol znážraný do basketbalu, do futbalového manažéra. Je pravda, že teraz Plečinka to začala, to utrpenie. To, že Plečinka zomrel, to bola devastačná sila. To bola devastačná sila. Plečinka zomrela, do toho prišlo teplo. A tento vzduch ma pravdepodobne ničí. Pretože pán Štolverka stále iba leží, má nečíperný. Zašitý v kúčke. To, čo tu kúpime, je to jedlo. To kukea kúpime. Ako najlepšie je spraviť cookout, vypnúť to a až potom zapnúť. A ešte sa stíham. To nemusím spustiť, stačí to iba pripraviť. No ja snažím sa nejako stabilizovať tú biedu, snažím sa na niečo namotivovať, ale to je chore. Čoho sme sa dožili. Toto iba pripraviť a spustiť to hneď ako vypnem Fallout. Nechceš na to svete koľko toho. Ďalšia vec, ako som povedal, kto vie, čo všetko existuje a čo iba fikcia. Aj takto to mať pripravené, má to iba takto pripravené a spustiť to, až keď dokončí sa Fallout. Lebo to je zase to, čo som hovoril, ja nie som zvyknutý spať v tých večerných časoch. To nie je problém, že ja nemôžem to vymeniť, no on to nefunguje na mňa. Ja môžem spať od 10. večer do 5. rána, čo teoreticky sa javí, že však to je dosť, nie? To máš skoro 7 hodín spíš, to by sa mal byť nejako extra unavený po 7 hodinách. Ja som unavený, ako keby som spal 2-3 hodiny. Toto je ten problém, ktorý tu je. To nejako nerieši situáciu. Ja som zvyknutý spať cez deň. To je ten problém, ktorý to je. Na ktorý som znova narazil, ako vždy, keď spím o takýchto časoch. Nepomáha mi to. Mne najviac mi funguje, keď spím od tej... by som povedal, že od tej 2., 3. Od tej 3. rána mi najviac funguje, keď spím. 2-3 hodiny ráno. Lebo ja neviem zaspať aj tak dlho. To je problém, to je celá veľmi fiškálna situácia. Takže toto otočenie spánku... Ako je pravda, že v tom čase, keď som ho otočil, keď som mal smeny a tvrdé smeny, stával som aj o 4:00, o 4:30. Som nebol na tom tak psychicky zle, ako som teraz. Matka zomrela, Plešinka zomrel. Hlavne Plešinkov odchod ma neskutočne poznačil. A takisto sa mi zdá, že v tom čase nebolo také teplo. Toto je to. To nestína naozaj. Je 16:04. Tak dlho mi to trvalo tým kokotom? Som skoro nestihol. Som skoro nestihol toto hovno. Strašne dlho mi to trvalo. Oni to nedali za 2 minúty. Nič, tak sa to robiť nedá, no. No aj tak je to jedno, je to poprvé tak jedno, po druhé tak to môže padnúť. A v tej situácii, v akom hnoji sme namočení, ani Lizardov som dneska nedal. Ani Lizardov som nedal, úplne som zničený. Neviem, no... Neviem, ako porazím túto biedu. Neviem, ako porazím toto útočenie. Neviem, porazím ho neporazím, ale... Inak to parafrazujeme. Ako stabilizujem toto utrpenie? Ako ho stabilizujem tak, aby som bol viacej čiperný? Ako naozaj nechcem púšťať Ligu retardov. Nechcem púšťať Ligu retardov, pretože to je... V tejto fáze to aj nemôžem pustiť. To nemá zmysel púšťať Ligu retardov. Ty sračka, to cholera. Tieto veci sú, aký som chore, čo som sa dožil. Ja ináč činnosť snažím sa to nejako stabilizovať, ale League of Retardov naozaj nevidím ako cestu stabilizáciu. League of Retardov naozaj nevidím ako cestu stabilizáciu. Ani sa mi nechce ísť na Lizardov, vôbec sa mi nechce ísť na Lizardov, mám 25 000, vôbec sa mi nechce ísť na Lizardov, mal by som tam aspoň pol hodinku vytočiť a vôbec som znechutený z toho.
Pýtate, ako ste na tých zmluvách a faktúrach uhradenú, alebo respektíve teda existuje faktúra objednávka vašej limuzíny, prečo, ale GLS, prečo ste chceli GLS Serena? Kedy robíte dúšku? Pani, je pravda, že ste odvolali pani Smolíkovú?
Now, today I want to talk about an idea that I had around Fallout First, and it's something that I could see Bethesda pulling off if enough people wanted something like this to happen. It would take a lot of work for them, but I definitely think it could be done. So let me know once you watch this video if you'd like to see this idea implemented into Fallout 76. So the video circles around the Fallout First benefits that players have while playing Fallout 76. And now there's a lot of people that cannot afford Fallout First. And today we're going to be utilizing Freedom Units. That's right, I'm an American, so we're going to be going with USD. You see, if you pay for Fallout First every single month, just 1 month at a time, you pay $12.99, and for 12 months, that is $155. But if you pay per the year, you pay $99, which comes to $825 a month. But if you do, like I suggest sometimes, and just pay every 3 months for a single purchase of Fallout First, that's $12.99 for 4 months, which turns into $51.96. And you might wonder, why do it every 3 months? Well, that's because there's a new season, and that way you make sure that you get everything in the new season as long as you grind out that first month. But now Fallout First is available to Fallout 76 players for at least 1 week of the year around the bomb drop day. And something I always tell everybody is make sure to utilize your time during this week. I'm not talking about just getting on and playing 23 hours a day and getting 1 hour of sleep. I'm talking about utilizing your time beforehand. Like, use a mule to drop off a bunch of junk and a bunch of ammo to, and during this 1 week, pull stuff off of that mule character and then put it into your Fallout First ammo and junk box during this week. But now the idea that I have circles around Bethesda coding in a different tier for Fallout First. You could have a gold tier being $12.99 that we pay right now, and it comes with everything that we've become accustomed to with Fallout First. But you could make a silver tier only $6 a month, and if you do the yearly price for it, it'd be $60 to make your payment only $5 a month, just like how we get a discount right now with the yearly over the monthly, like we talked about a little bit before. But you could take out the atoms that players get each month. You could take out the custom worlds. But one thing I know players would really like to have is the scrap box, the ammo box, and potentially the new first aid box coming. So I gotta know, Wastelanders, would
Mám uriti vaše hnoje, váš Fallout First. Sračky sú z toho.
to get Fallout First. But really, at the end of the day, I just want you to know that, yes, I am right there with you. I wish players had access at least 300 to 500 pounds in the jump box, 300 to 500 pounds in the ammo box, and at least if we do get this first aid medical box, about 300 to 500 pounds of that, because yes, Fallout 76 is an inventory management simulator, but every single Fallout has been one, and make sure to check this video out right here. If you don't know how to mule objects off of your main character,
Pojela si samé nové.
Ja som naozaj teda vyrastala pri Pentagone vo Vrakuni a boli to v 90. rokoch, hej, ja teda vám poviem, to boli veselé časy. To bola doba, keď si pamätám, že chodili takí chlapci nabuchaní po podnikoch, ale tí podnikatelia museli platiť za ochranu, lebo keď náhodou za tú ochranu nezaplatili, tak im vypálili ten podnik potom. A boli to časy, keď vlastne každý niekoho poznal a potom sa podľa toho ľudia aj správali. Si pamätám tých mladých na tej diskotéke, že keď sa správali ako úplný debil a niekoho tam stolkol, tak on mohol, lebo však mal tie správne známosti, iba zdvihol telefón. Potom sa aj stávalo, že vôbec napadol bobca, obidvaja zdvihli telefón a stretli sa dve skupiny a nevedeli, čo ďalej. Pamätám si, že to bola doba, keď moje naozaj že 14-15 ročné spolužiačky doslova fúkali pervitín z barového pultu, ktorý linky im tam natiahli policajti, lebo tí mohli, lebo poznali tých správnych ľudí, keď chalani, ktorých som poznala, chodili vykrádať byty, lebo presne mali nižšiu sadzbu, tak ich ešte akože v tých podnikoch títo vagabundi sedeli a lákali tieto decka kvázi k sebe, lebo to bola strašná frajerina vtedy niekoho poznať a iba vtedy si prežil. Ja som naozaj teda vyrastala pri Pentagone vo Vrakuni.
Hi. Hey, I do portraits in Portland. And I'm liking your hair. It's like nice curly. I wonder if I could do some portraits.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just where?
Just around here, yeah. It'll take like 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, yeah. It always does it first, but you'll get used. You'll like warm up to it. What's your name?
I'm EJ.
EJ? I'm Ryan. How you feeling? You nervous or?
I am nervous.
Yeah. It's like a lot at once, but just look right at me. Oh, it's gonna be great. You have a good smile. It's just like coming out naturally, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, we're good. We're good. We got a lot.
Okay.
What the fuck? To všetko, to hovno? To má veľký význam.
How did Tyrion Lannister react to Cersei's treatment of Alalea in the books? Alalea's role was essentially taken by Ross in the show, and Tyrion had previously threatened Cersei before the Battle of Blackwater that whatever was done to her would be done to Tommen. I want you to go to my sister. Her precious son made it through the battle unscathed, so Cersei has no more need of a hostage. She swore to free Alalea once she did. 9 days ago, after the whipping, Bronn replied. Tyrion shoved himself up higher, ignoring the sudden stab of pain through his shoulder. Whipping, they tied her to a post in the yard and scourged her, then shoved her out the gate, naked and bloody. I promised my sister I would treat Tommen as she treated Alalea. He remembered aloud. He felt as though he might retch. How can I scourge an 8-year-old boy? But if I don't, Cersei wins. How did Tyrion Lannister react to Cersei's treatment of Alalea?
You know, I don't know if that's a year, 2 years away, but just know in the future, I do feel like this game is coming to console. Also, some people are reporting LE50. That would be sweet. June 13th, they showed us this lizard. I legit don't know what it is. I put this in the description, this entire post, if you're looking for a new build. New little emote in Discord. They throw everything in these posts. Anybody that's in Discord, you got a new emote. When it comes to Reddit, all loot lizards have a name. People are looking at the bear that can teleport from D2. Why can we travel through time, but we don't have keys to a door? And then this right here. Speaking of pure muscle, or more accurately, lack thereof, when asked how many minions they wanted to assist you in your travels through a Terra, this was the response. And I just want to say, no. You want to know why this isn't all the minions you want traveling with you in a Terra? Because there's no golem. And since there's no golem, I like the variety, but it's just not a good enough list. That's it. The team is deep in the jungle working on Season 3. Deep in the jungle. Ancient Era jungle. While we don't have anything else to share right now, keep your eyes on announcement, news, and developer blog with more info or come by Mike's stream on Twitter.
Je to, čo to je, no. Ako je to, takisto je to veľmi také zaujímavé. Je to drsné, že jeden Plešinka zomrel a narodil sa Plešinka junior. A dokedy bude žiť Plešinka junior, ktorý vyzerá ešte čiprnejšie ako Plešinka senior. Vyzerá, že ak som je čiperný s čipernosťou.
Did you know the most disgusting thing from the Game of Thrones books is when Arya overhears Chiswick telling one of his funny stories? That after the Hands tourney, when Loras cheated to beat the Mountain, they stopped at an alehouse on the way back to the Westerlands. The brewer keeps talking while all the Mountain's men know to shut up when Gregor is in one of his moods. The brewer's 18-year-old daughter is fetching them all drinks. One of the Mountain's men tries to sleep with her, which causes a stir. The brewer confronts the Mountain about what one of his men did and says, "My lane is no horse, sir." However, Gregor doesn't blink and just says, "She is now," tosses the old man a silver, rips the dress off the wench, and takes her right there on the table in front of her dad. Each of the Mountain's men have a turn, and they're all laughing. However, the most disgusting thing is that the girl wasn't 18 like Chiswick claimed. She was 13. Anyway, subscribe for more. Did you know the most disgusting thing from the Game of Thrones?
No wonder Macron's wife Brigitte always refuses to wear makeup when attending events. No one realizes that her tightly closed lips reveal an unspeakable secret. Macron and his wife Brigitte, who is 24 years older than him, visited Vietnam. On such an important occasion, Brigitte not only did not wear makeup, but also slapped Macron in the face. Brigitte is often criticized for looking too old every time she appears. Her blonde hair makes her look like Macron's mother, and Brigitte's eldest son is 2 years older than Macron. This age gap makes everyone in the family embarrassed, but Brigitte doesn't care. She doesn't even wear makeup just to expose her true age. In fact, Macron fell in love with Brigitte at the age of 15. Brigitte was already 40 years old at the time, but Macron was deeply attracted by her maturity and calmness. Brigitte knew very well how she attracted Macron. So after marriage, she strictly controlled and used the family's huge assets to force Macron to accept her unreasonable demands. No wonder Macron's wife Brigitte always refuses to...
Dobre, takže hovoril si, nepovedal si znova nič. Ako v tomto majú ľudia talent. To hovoriť, ale nepovedať nič. Takže niekam sme sa dostali. Čo sa týka náhnitého trónu.
Bývalý Slovák kultúrou. Na otázku, ako sa cíti, odpovedal výborne. A keď mal možnosť vysvetliť, prečo siahol na zbraň, z jeho úst zaznelo, pretože škrtil kultúru. A ako by toho nebolo málo, počas ďalšej chvíle znova spustil. Nech žije demokracia. Áno, to vyhlásil muž, ktorý chcel zneškodniť premiéra štátu streľbou pred očami verejnosti. Podľa výpovede jeho obhajcu Namira Al-Yasriho nie je sporné, že Cintula strieľal. Obhajoba však odmieta, že išlo o terorizmus. Nie každý útok na politika je hneď teroristický čin, povedal Al-Yasri a naznačil, že za všetkým stojí skôr osobná nenávisť voči Ficovi, než snaha o útok na štát. Dokonca sám Cintula tvrdí, že niektorých ministrov, ako Denisu Sakovú či Erika Tomáša, považuje za sympatických. A čo na to samotný premiér? Robert Fico v pozícii poškodeného na pojednávanie neprišiel. Už dávnejšie médiám odkázal, že na procesy s Cintulom chodiť jednoducho nebude. Zastupuje ho jeho právnik a poradca David Lindner. Cintula tak opäť ukázal svoju pravú tvár. Namiesto ľútosti predvádzal teatrálne výkriky a absurdné vyhlásenia o demokracii a kultúre.
Dobre, nič som nepovedal. Ďalší z degenerátov, ktorí hovoria, ale nepovedia nič.
Nobody realized the 3 sacrifices Cillian Murphy made to return in 28 years later. And yet, he was cut from the movie over just one comment. 28 years later earned huge praise after its release. But fans shared one major complaint. Cillian Murphy, the original lead, was nowhere to be seen. Back in 2023, during early production, Murphy made it clear he wanted in. So much so that he made 3 big decisions to be part of it. First, the director hinted in multiple interviews that Murphy would return, but now it's clear why he never confirmed it. Murphy wasn't actually in the film. Still, he allowed them to use his name in the promo. Second, the movie's prep clashed with the final stages of Oppenheimer. Murphy even considered putting Oppenheimer on hold, but was talked out of it by his agent and the director. And thanks to them, he went on to lead one of the highest grossing biopics ever. Lastly, Murphy had full trust in the original film's director. He said in interviews that as long as Danny Boyle came back, the film would be worth doing. He even helped persuade Boyle to return for 28 years later, only to be left out himself. Fortunately, the director has already confirmed that in the next sequel, 8 years later, The Bone Temple, Cillian Murphy will return. Nobody realized the 3 sacrifices Cillian Murphy...
Zase nič nepovedal. Zase hovoril a znova si nič nepovedal. Kde boli tie free sacrifices? Som žiadne nevidel. Piatok bude Dexter, v auguste nová liga. Nová liga Las epochu. Asi naozaj budem nútený spustiť Ligu retardov. No neviem či na to, to je také. Skôr na Liga retardov. Môžeš osiať tie Ferry stanice aj tak. Sračky. Vyhrávať zápas s zomieraním je na hovno. To je easy mode. To je zase problém s League of Retardov. League Retardov je skúrený. League Retardov je buď skúrený easy mode, alebo skúrený ťažký hardcore mode. To je problém s League of Retardov, tam není tam stredná cesta.
Michael C. Paul and Jennifer Carpenter, both accomplished actors known for their roles in the television series Dexter, were married from 2008 to 2011. Various sources have speculated on the possible factors that contributed to their separation. Both actors were busy with their careers during their marriage. Paul starred in Dexter for 8 seasons, while Carpenter appeared in several films and television shows. Their demanding schedules might have led to less time spent together, which could have strained their relationship. In an interview with People magazine in 2010, Carpenter mentioned that she and Hall respected each other's need for personal space. This could have played a role in their decision to part ways, as they may have realized that their individual needs were not being met within the marriage. Despite the split, both actors have maintained a professional relationship and have shown respect for each other in public. In a 2011 interview with Entertainment Tonight, Carpenter stated that they were very amicable and that their priority was their shared son. This suggests that their separation may have been a mutual decision, and they were able to put their differences aside for the sake of their family. Michael C. Paul and Jennifer Carpenter, both accomplished actors known for the
Oh man, to je sačka, to je sačka. Stabilizovať toto utrpenie, ako stabilizovať. Ako stabilizovať. Dali Da Vinciho kód, nedali páč informácie. Ako stabilizovať toto utrpenie. Priatok začína Dexter, ale čo to stabilizuje? To je jeden diel. Jeden diel, týždeň.
Still time to leave. I don't think she saw you yet.
Hey, Turtle. What do you bring your backup dancers with you everywhere?
Well, you said if I want to apologize.
What is there really to apologize about?
I didn't want you to have the wrong idea. You want to take me in the ring? I'll let you beat me up for a round.
Let me? You know he does box and do some cardio.
I meant like I won't fight back.
You couldn't last 30 seconds with me if your life depended on it. I could really hurt you, Turtle.
So, I last 30 seconds, you let me take you out on a proper date.
Last 60 seconds, I'll let you win.
Homicide! 3 seconds! She's got the armor! That's not good!
Tap out, Turtle!
Time! 15 seconds!
Tap or I'll break it.
Homicide! 10 seconds!
Oh! You think I'm bluffing?
Tap out! You all did it!
Isn't worth it, Turtle.
Don't tap out! Bondi, don't quit! I just wanted to take you to dinner!
Fine.
Oh. There's still time to leave. I don't think she saw you yet.
Hey, Turtle. What do you bring?
Dean Morgan gets paid $200,000 per episode on The Walking Dead, but there's one thing the show did that really pissed him off. Jeffrey Dean Morgan actually took home a record appearing on The Walking Dead for the first time, where his initial episode had 17.3 million viewers. But the issue was Stephen Young fans just weren't happy with the show's decision to follow the comics and kill off his character, and ratings dropped 35% later on that season. Then the ratings just got worse from there, where in season 9 they were only getting 3 million viewers per episode, which was an 80% drop from when Jeffrey Dean Morgan first joined the show. While most shows would see ratings after Jeffrey Dean Morgan joined and try to pull a poochie on him, they decided not to kill him off because he was actually voted the third most popular character on the show. Which is why they decided after ending The Walking Dead, they would continue giving Jeffrey Dean Morgan a spin-off show with Lauren Cohen, who actually had a history of working together, where before Walking Dead they were actually cast as Thomas and Martha Wayne. What pissed Jeffrey Dean Morgan off about it was they announced the show 2 years before the actual Walking Dead ended. He called it one of the dumbest moves ever, saying it killed all suspense for the future of his character. Which, yeah, Walking Dead without the fear of death kind of sucks without a trust. Pro, subscribe to learn something. Jeffrey Dean Morgan gets paid
To je zase ďalší, ktorý si hovoril veľa, nepovedal si nič, ja neviem, čo to ty. Čo tí ľudia majú s týmto? Hovoria, nepovedia nič. Je chore mozgy narušené. Snaží sa stabilizovať tú biedu, neviem ako. Ligu retailov stále nevím ako riešenie stabilizáciu. Hlavne keď stále je tu Fallout, ktorý ako tak vytáčam. A stále je tu Trón, ktorý síce má slabé dni, ale má silné dni, štvrtok je silný deň. Je to chore, no. Neviem to stabilizovať tú biedu. Nemám stabilizačné nápady. Neviem ako dostať túto biedu na nejakú stabilnú úroveň, stabilizovať ju. Zvládať ju lepšie, ako ju zvládam. Keď je to zlé, je to chore. Neviem zvládať túto biedu. To teplo ma devastuje. To dusno ma devastuje, ten hníz ma devastuje. Všetko strašne devastačné, neviem sa s tým vyrovnať.
It's good to see you. The gladiators.
Neviem stabilizovať tú biedu. Nerobím, čo robím. Neviem, či si mi podarí stabilizovať. Neviem ako začať.
I'm pregnant. My mom's like really upset about it.
What? You're not pregnant. What?
Yes, I'm pregnant. That's why I went to the doctor this morning. Because I've been so sick.
Who told you that you were pregnant? The doctor?
Yes, that's why I went. Because I've been feeling so sick.
You're pregnant. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. Are you joking? Is this a joke? Okay. Or did you cheat on me?
You got me.
The answer to the question, is it a joke or did you cheat on me? Is it one of the two?
It's neither.
One of those
It's
two.
neither. But it's not. See, I knew you weren't going to take this seriously.
Did you cheat on me, okay?
No, Sleeman, I did not cheat on you. I
Because
did not
that cheat on me, my kid. So is this a joke or did you cheat on me? Please answer.
Literally neither.
It's one of the two.
I would
I
never
already
cheat
know
on
it's
you,
one of the two.
Sleeman. And I would never joke about this.
I can't actually have kids. I'm infertile. Sorry to just blurt it out like that, but it's physically impossible for me to ever have a kid. Yeah. So you either cheated on me and therefore are pregnant with someone else's kid, or this is an entire joke. So please tell me which one it is. Please just answer the question. Which one is it? Did you cheat on me?
Because I cannot get you pregnant. There's no way in hell. Did you cheat on me?
Simon, I'm gonna cheat on you, okay? I'm just joking, alright? What the
Yeah. Very funny, Paige. But,
Sorry,
you know,
Simon, I'm not laughing.
once again, why drink about that kind of crap?
Sorry, I'm really sorry. What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? When you're on credit card? Walking around with that all to yourself. Steven! Gosh, I'm so sorry. You could have told me. Why do you think that I'm gonna like? I'm not gonna do any less for you. I'm not gonna break up with you because of that. That's the craziest thing you can ever say. Freya, please, don't get upset. Look at me. Baby, okay? I'm really sorry, okay? I want to be with you for you, okay? I don't, like, none of that even matters at all. Okay? Baby? You're joking. You're joking, babe. Okay. I'm pregnant.
To bylo úplně jasné, to pově. To úplně vede. Nevím, to stabilizujeme. Vůbec nevím, to stabilizujeme. Это problém, je to chore, v čom sme sa dožili. A samozrejme, že to nie je stabilizovať, ako to stabilizujem. Neviem, ako to stabilizujeme. Neviem vôbec, ako to stabilizujeme. Ale viem, že sme na lodi. Mám mu prdele. Neviem, ako stabilizujeme túto biedu.
Did you know Tyrion offered to back away from the marriage to Sansa so she could marry Lancel instead? My lady, this is no way to bring you to your wedding. I am sorry for that, and for making this so sudden and so secret. My lord father felt it necessary, for reasons of state. Else I would have come to you sooner, as I wished. He waddled closer. You did not ask for this marriage, I know. No more than I did. If I had refused you, however, they would have wed you to my cousin Lancel. Perhaps you would prefer that. He is nearer your age, and fairer to look upon. If that is your wish, say so. I will end this farce. I don't want any Lannister, she wanted to say. I want Willis. But then she remembered what Dantas had told her in the Godswood. Tyrell or Lannister, it makes no matter. It's not me they want, only my claim. Anyway, subscribe for more. Did you know Tyrion offered to back away from the marriage to Sansa so she could marry Lancel instead?
Hovoril zase, ja
My lady,
neviem.
this is no
Zase, že
way.
nepovedal.
Have you ever noticed the female bodyguard, Emma Probert, who is always by Kate's side like a shadow? In fact, she is the secret weapon that Queen Elizabeth left for Kate. In 2010, when Kate and William announced their engagement, a female bodyguard quietly appeared by Kate's side. This was different from the convention that other members of the royal family were protected by male bodyguards. It turned out to be a well-considered suggestion from Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen was well aware of the undercurrents surging within the royal family. She remembered that Camilla had deliberately arranged for a male bodyguard to get close to Diana with the intention of luring Diana into improper behavior, thus damaging her reputation. The Queen absolutely would not allow the same tragedy to befall Kate. That's why she specifically chose Emma, who had protected her for nearly 15 years, to safeguard Kate. During Kate's wedding in 2011, Emma rode in the same car as Kate and her father. She remained vigilant at all times, strengthening the security line. Have you ever noticed the female bodyguard, Emma Probert, who is always by Kate?
Nič, treba skúšať ako stabilizovať situáciu. Je to ťažké, je to problematické. Stabilizácia nejde, no. Dá sa to pokúšať. Pokiaľ nestabilizujeme tento hníz na nejakú úroveň. Už sa budeme rozkladať. To ako nečakal som aj tak skoro vyjdu zo Safehouseu. Junior s jeho sestrou. Teraz budú mať problémy vonku v tej skôrnej divočine. Je to extrémne tučná divočina tam. Šeďoch útočí z jednej strany, Bubak útočí z druhej strany. A takisto Sam Černoch sa púšťa do juniora SST. Sam Černoch. Takže to je to katastrofa. To sa vôbec nechce robiť. Ale toto je výhoda Trónu, že tu to môžeš nechať náhodou byť, nemusíš to silou moc robiť, máš uprdele. A ti to jedno. Pretože to ešte pokrie nejaké svoje sústavy. Ešte to pokrie nejaké sústavy. Máme 11 minút a počkám. Idem sa vyčmuniť, pozrieť na štolverku. Stabilizácia je pomaly nereálna. Neviem ako to zvládnem, neviem ako to stabilizujem. Sme sa dožili strašných časov, je každému jasné. A tieto stabilizačné veci som tu mal, ako tak sa mi to podarilo stabilizovať. Ale potom som mal plečinka. A znova sa celé rozpadlo ako hnoj. A potom som mal plečinka.
Angelina Jolie cheated 4 times, yet her husband forgave her and loves her even more. Who were the men she was involved with? Let's dive in. First up, Johnny Lee Miller. Her first husband, the British actor she met on Hackers. Married in 1996. Divorced in 1999, but they remained close friends. Next, Billy Bob Thornton. The Whirlwind Romance. Met in 1999, married in 2000, famously wore vials of each other's blood. But by 2003, their love burned out. Then came Brad Pitt, Hollywood's most talked about couple. Met on Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Married in 2014, 6 kids. But love turned to war. By 2016, their divorce battle began. Their romance ignited while Brad was still married to Jennifer Aniston, sparking one of Hollywood's most infamous love triangles. Last but not least, The Weeknd, her rumored romance. Spotted together in 2021, cozy dinners, private meetings. Neither confirmed the relationship, but speculation ran wild. Through love, scandal, and reinvention, Angelina keeps moving forward. Do you think she'll ever settle down for good? Angelina Jolie cheated 4 times.
Zase si nič nepovedal.
Alright guys, I'm gonna have my wife hop on this call for training. You guys good with that? Yeah. Cool.
Hi guys, I'm Sarah.
Hey Sarah. You're his wife?
Yeah.
I thought you said you were divorced. What are you talking about? But let's just go on, it's fine. Alright. That was weird. Either way, O'Connor's a tough client, so I'm thinking that David should take over this account. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back, guys. That's bullshit. Why are you acting like you don't know who I am?
I have no idea who you are. Where do you think you know me from?
Maybe my apartment for the past 2 months. Every night.
What are you talking about, dude? No.
I can literally pull up the text right now. I can pull up the text right now. Did you guys hook up or something?
No.
Yes.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Hey guys, what is going on? Eric, so apparently David hooked up with your wife.
No.
What the hell are you talking about?
No.
Yes.
No, they're making things up.
I didn't know that was your wife. She told me her name was Jenny.
No.
Oh my god.
You're so stupid.
Does this mean I get the account now? No.
It should.
Jenny is her sister, man. That's my sister-in-law. Oh my god, I feel like an idiot. Is this the guy that she was talking about from Snapchat?
Wait a minute. Did you cut your hair?
Yeah.
Dude,
I don't know.
she is obsessed with you.
Maybe we should go on a double date, the 4 of us. Yeah,
Let's go.
for winning. Wait, guys, can I go on? No. All right, guys, I'm gonna have my wife hop on this call for training.
Oh man, what a shitstorm. Ako stabilizujeme túto biedu? Ako mám presto myšľa na toto utrpenie, na túto biedu? Ako stabilizujeme túto biedu? Čo je zase toto? What?
The previous employer here says you are a warm, chatty, and life-enhancing presence with a lot of potential.
Yes, I paid him.
Why should I employ you instead of, say, the previous candidate?
Hello, I'm Stephen Will's father.
Even though Louisa's resume was nothing special, the way she subtly covered her thighs actually earned her bonus points. The lady of the house didn't hesitate any longer and hired the seemingly plain Louisa. What she didn't know was that this was actually Louisa's most conservative outfit yet. Louisa was thrilled at how easy the job seemed, but the moment the door opened...
Will, this is Louisa Clark.
I'm Lou.
William.
Hello, Louisa Clark. I'm Will Trainer.
She was completely stunned. Only then did Louisa realize this job wasn't going to be easy. But when Will saw her torn skirt, he suddenly started acting like a completely normal person. Turns out all that helpless behavior earlier, it was just an act to mess with her. The next day, Will looked seriously ill. Louisa thought it was another prank, until the male nurse took off his clothes to cool him down, and Louisa saw his wrists covered in scars. She couldn't understand how someone with billions could hurt himself like that. Then one day, she overheard Will's parents fighting. That's when she learned the truth. Will was scheduled for assisted suicide in 6 months. His dad supported the decision, but his mom was completely against it.
He's my son!
Yes, he's my son too! It's his choice. This is what he wants. You know how much pain he's in.
At that moment, Louisa finally understood why her contract was only 6 months long, because that's how long Will had left to live. No matter how good the pay was, she didn't want a job. That felt like helping someone die. But when she got home, her whole family was thrilled she found a job. When her sister heard she was thinking of quitting, she encouraged her to give Will a reason to live. So the next day, Louisa swapped her black stockings for hot pink ones. Will was mildly surprised at first, but in the days that followed, Louisa started acting like a flirty little chameleon, wearing something new every day, until one day she spilled pumpkin porridge right on his crotch. Even after carefully blow-drying it, she couldn't melt his icy heart. Then something changed. Will's ex-girlfriend and his best friend came to visit. They looked uncomfortable the whole time, but finally, they admitted they were now dating. Will seemed calm on the outside, but inside he was crushed. Before leaving, his ex said she always wanted to see him, but ever since the accident, Will had cut off all contact with the outside world. Basically, she was saying the new relationship wasn't really her fault. After that, Will locked himself in his room. Then came the sound of glass shattering.
Right, well, you better not move until I clean that up, because I've got no idea what I'd do if you pop a tire.
She carefully pieced the shattered frames back together, but that only made things worse. Will said, "Didn't you get it? I broke them on purpose." Then he turned his ex's photo face down, and when Will started attacking her personally, Louisa finally decided she wouldn't be his punching bag anymore.
You don't have to be an arse. I'm just trying to do my job as best I can.
And what if I said I didn't want you here?
I'm staying, not because I care about you or particularly enjoy your company, but because I need the money.
The previous employer here says,
Čo je to za film? Zaujímavý film. Zaujímavá sa ako... Dobre, ako stabilizujeme túto biedu? Ako stabilizujeme túto biedu? Ako stabilizujeme túto biedu? Beloch, beloch.
Pán Černák, požiadali ste už o prepustenie? Nie. Kedy tak urobíte?
Pokiaľ by Alois Kronka sa postavil k tomu chlapsky a po rokoch povedal pravdu, už dávno by bolo toto trestné konanie skončené, lebo Alois Kronka najlepšie vie, ako to bolo, že tam bol. Ale on bohužiaľ, to je človek, ktorý je bez vlastného názoru a asi má ťažko sa vyrovnať so svojou minulosťou, takže sa postaví k tým chlapsky a pomenuje si tak, ako som pomenoval.
A takisto Lavrenčík povedal, že pred pár rokmi vypovedal k tomuto skutku. Kde sú tie výpovede? Prečo nikto nekonal? Akože nemám to nikomu za zle, ja chcem len veriť spravodlivosť. Nech sa preukáže, kto skutočne spáchal vraždu Klešča, pretože ja dodnes neviem, kto bol Peter Klešč.
Černoch, beloch, černoch. Večné konflikty. Bubák, šeďoch, černoch, beloch, večné konflikty. Večné konflikty. To prečo som stále nahlasený? A junior napísal. Napísal vody junior. Junior napísal. Best fishing camp. Sáčky dápete, sáčky. Ako stabilizovať to utrpenie? League of retardov nemôžem spustiť, to je chore. Ako stabilizovať toto utrpenie? Ako stabilizovať? Ako sa čo najlepšie dokopy? Junior. Kde je Belo, kde je Černo, kam odleteli tí gangstri?
Po vyše roku od atentátu na premiéra Roberta Fica sa v útorok na špecializovanom trestnom súde v Banskej Bystrici začal súdny proces so strelcom Jurajom Cintulom. Čelí obžalobe pre obzvlášť závažný zločin teroristického útoku spáchaný na chránenej osobe. Predsedu vlády vážne postrelil v lani 15. mája v Handlovej, kde mala vláda výjazdové zasadnutie. Obžalovaného dôchodcu, ktorý je vo väzbe, priviezli na súd kukláči asi pol hodinu pred začiatkom pojednávania. Pri vstupe do budovy zakričal: "Nech žije slobodná kultúra." Na otázku, prečo strieľal na premiéra, reagoval slovami: "Pretože škrtil kultúru." V budove súdu znova zakričal: "Nech žije demokracia." Ako jeho obhajca Namir Aliasri pred senátom zdôraznil, skutok sa stal, klient sa k streľbe priznal a jeho postavenie pred súd je dôvodné. Nemožno však súhlasiť s právnou kvalifikáciou, a teda terorizmom. Podľa obhajcu nie každý útok na verejného činiteľa je hneď terorizmus. Ešte pred pojednávaním cintulov obhajca kontaktoval prokuratúru s návrhom konania o dohode o vine a treste. Dozorujúcu prokurátorku Katarínu Habčákovú písomne kontaktoval aj samotný obžalovaný. Podmienkou bolo, že trest bude vo výmere 12 rokov. Prokuratúra takú dohodu odmietla, keďže trestný zákon pri danej právnej kvalifikácii taký trest neumožňuje. Obžalovaný napokon odmietol urobiť vyhlásenie o vine alebo nevine. Odmietol aj vypovedať. Nebudem sa k tomu vyjadrovať, konštatoval. Čítala sa preto výpoveď z prípravného konania. Nakoľko nesúhlasím s politikou vlády, zrušením USP, prenasledovaním kultúrnych pracovníkov a som za posielanie vojenskej pomoci na Ukrajinu, rozhodol som sa, že poškodím zdravie premiéra, nemal som však v úmysle niekoho zabiť. Rozhodol som sa, že tejto vláde sa za jej politiku pomstím, povedal Cintula vo výpovedi v prípravnom konaní. Cintulu ku skutku údajne viedol hnev voči konkrétnej osobe, voči poškodenému Ficovi a nie voči celej vláde. Vyhlásil, že ministri Denisa Saková, Erik Tomáš alebo Jozef Ráš sú mu dokonca sympatickí. Rozhodol sa poškodiť zdravie Fica, aby už nebol schopný vykonávať funkciu premiéra. Zámerne strieľal smerom dolu, do nôh, nechcel ho zabiť. Už po prvom výstrele nemal nad zbraňou kontrolu, pretože sa naňho vrhla premiérova ochranka. Vo výpovedi zdôraznil, že keby chcel premiéra zabiť, tak by to spravil. Cintula vo výsluchu tiež hovoril o úzkosti a nervozite, ktorú pociťoval v období pred atentátom. Predseda vlády, ktorý je v pozícii poškodeného, na súd neprišiel. Ako sa predčasom v médiách vyjadril, na súd s Cintulom chodiť nemieni. Zastupuje ho jeho poradca, advokát Dávid Lindner. Ako uviedol, neuplatňujú si žiadny nárok na náhradu škody. Obžalovaný je obeťou a produktom živej mediálnej kampane, propagandy a tých falošných naratívov, ktoré šíri progresívna politická opozícia. Z tohto dôvodu treba hľadať príčiny toho, čo sa stalo a radikalizácie obžalovaného niekde inde. Média výrazným spôsobom prispievajú k tomu, aká je aktuálna atmosféra v spoločnosti, zdôraznil Lindner. Z výsluchu poškodeného premiéra Roberta Fica sa dnes podľa rozhodnutia sudcu čítať nebude. Súdny proces môže potrvať aj niekoľko mesiacov. Dnes sa bude čítať ešte z výsluchov a výpovedí svedkov. Prokurátorka Habčáková na súde prečítala aj rozsah zranení, ktoré premiér utrpel. Okrem iného strelné poranenie brušnej steny v oblasti pravého mezogastria, diskrétne poranenie hrubého čreva, poranenia mäkkého tkaniva pri močovom mechúre a priestrel predlaktia. Obvinenému hrozí doživotie. Najskôr čelil obvineniu z obzvlášť závažného zločinu úkladnej vraždy spáchaného v štádiu pokusu. V júli 2024 došlo k zmene právnej kvalifikácie na obzvlášť závažný zločin teroristického útoku.
Všetko. Zase ste hovorili, ani sa nepovedali.
Rare images that'll make you say, damn, that's rare. Here's the incredibly stunning footage of Mount Luatobi Laki-Laki in southeastern Indonesia during its eruption. This happened just yesterday, blasting thick gray ash at least 5,000 meters or about 16,000 feet above its peak. I still can't get over how beautiful it looks. When pandas are bred in captivity, they can become too accustomed to human interaction. Wearing panda costumes helps reduce this reliance on humans. The costumes, sometimes even infused with panda scents, help the animals perceive the keepers as fellow pandas, facilitating a smoother transition back into their natural habitat. This concert in Vietnam was constantly being lit up by flashes of lightning bolts in the middle of a thunderstorm. Imagine this happening at a Metallica concert. I'd empty my bank account to attend that show. Holy shit, it's so cool. This little beauty is 21 years old and aging gracefully. A dog's age in human years isn't a simple 7-to-1 ratio. While the first year is generally considered equivalent to 15 human years, the second year adds about 9 human years. After that, each dog year roughly equates to 4 or 5 human years. This person has to be the reason the ice cream machines at McDonald's are always broken. Shenzhen, once a small fishing village, is now a thriving metropolis and a global tech hub, often called China's Silicon Valley. Its rapid growth is complemented by an incredibly young population, with the average age of occupants being 32.5. What the helly? This person had a long strand of hair just grow out of their forehead. A BBC wildlife crew broke the no intervention rule to save a huddle of trapped, endangered emperor penguins. The mother penguins were unable to climb the icy slopes without risking their baby's safety, so the crew decided to intervene passively by digging a ramp in the snow, which the penguins used to climb out and return to their colony. Anjali and Kashab Kumari, aged 7 years and 18-month-old, are affected by a rare form of progeria, which makes them appear older than they actually are. Here's the before and after of this guy's face rejuvenation procedure. He underwent a bunch of procedures, including deep plane face and neck lift, endoscopic brow lift, lower blepharoplasty, and fat transfer to face procedures. Did you know metros in Montreal use tires instead of wheel sets? Looks weird. After a British F-35 fighter jet was forced to make an emergency landing due to low fuel in Kerala, someone took a pic and put it up for sale online. So this is crazy. This young athlete is only 18 years old and is already 7 feet 5 inches, or 226 centimeters, and dominating the court, making other players look minuscule compared to her. This is what a Google ad from 1999 promoting its search engine looked like. This is the gas plant, or the burning bush, a perennial known for its fragrant, volatile oils that can ignite under certain conditions. The brief ignition of the oils does not harm the plant. Husøy is a charming island and fishing village in Norway with a population of around 300. It's a close-knit community with a focus on fishing and boasts stunning views of fjords and mountains. What you're looking at is not real. AI video creation is getting to the point where it'll be almost indistinguishable from real footage. In fact, studies claim that by 2026, 90% of online content will be AI generated. Rare images that'll make you say, damn, that's rare. Here's the incredibly stunning footage of Mount Luotobi Laki in
Ako to zvládneme k shifter? Ako zvládneme túto biedu? Čo, špekačka? Ako zvládneme túto biedu? Zabudol som o 5. robiť tú sračku. Čo sa dá robiť? Ako zvládneme túto biedu v Švédska? Špekačka, ako zvládneme túto biedu? Čo? Špekačka. Ako zvládneme túto biedu Švédska? Čo je Švédska?
In the heart of the African savannah lived an old ranger named John who treated every animal like family. He spent his life protecting them, healing them, loving them as his own. But one day, while walking through the tall grass with binoculars in hand, he collapsed. A fellow rangers rushed over, dropped to his knees, checked John's pulse. But John was gone. A quiet burial was held beneath an old acacia tree, a mound of red earth marking where he now rests. But then, something unbelievable happened. A massive lion emerged from the trees, the same lion John rescued from a hyena attack 12 years ago. He'd found him as a cub, barely alive. John nursed him, raised him, and let him go. But the bond never broken. The lion walked up to John's grave and sat silently beside it. After a day end, he walked back into the wild, leaving paw prints in the dust and love in our hearts.
Okay. Podali si zase hovno. Junior.
If I ever do write a book about the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, I'm going to focus on the suppression of air defense. First of all, understand this, that the NATO air defense that was layered over into Ukraine is not doctrinal. Why? Because NATO never planned on having that concentration of air defense. They had to rewrite their doctrine to get air defense compressed like this. The Russian campaign to take out the air defense of Ukraine. It's been one of the most remarkable, underreported campaigns out there because it's not a Ukrainian integrated air defense. It's a NATO integrated air defense. This is the best that NATO could, and I can guarantee you that if Russia could crack that like a rotten walnut. We don't understand the extent to which drones dominating this war. We don't understand how fire support has changed, how infantry tactics have changed, how air support has changed. We don't understand what's happening on the battlefield right now.
Imagine a war where the tides shift not in weeks but in hours. A war in which over 860 drones rain down in just 48 hours. A front line that's crumbling not from a single strike, but from 1,000 tiny cuts. Welcome to Ukraine, the 6th of July, 2025. The Pokrovsk-Chasiv Yar axis is rapidly becoming a noose around Kiev's defenses. In Dnipropetrovsk, Russian troops are pushing further than ever. Ukraine's fortresses are falling or turning hollow. Even President Zelensky's late-night appeals now carry a tremor of desperation, despite new promises from Sweden and the U.S. But what's really going on beneath the surface of NATO's statements and drone deals, and how long can Ukraine hold out before the gates to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk open? Scott Ritter once warned, wars are not won with press releases. They're won or lost on the ground. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly what he meant. Stay with us, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. What you hear today might just be the roadmap to the endgame. In the early days of July, the battlefield in Donetsk underwent a dramatic shift. Pokrovsk, once a secondary position on the Ukrainian front, has now become the very eye of the storm. On the 5th and 6th of July, Russian forces turned their full attention to this strategic point, transforming it into the main axis of pressure. According to frontline reports, over 170 separate clashes erupted within just 24 hours. Russian air power conducted 51 airstrikes and launched 2 ballistic missiles. At the same time, 92 guided bombs were dropped, and more than 1,370 suicide drones, yes, over 1,000 drones, were sent hurtling toward Ukrainian positions. The Russian artillery units were equally relentless, recording over 4,800 separate bombardments in a single day. Despite these overwhelming figures, Ukrainian units still managed to repel 51 ground assaults around Pokrovsk on July 6th alone. The armed forces of Ukraine claimed that 135 Russian soldiers were neutralized, with 85 reportedly killed in action. But the tactical resistance tells only half the story. On the ground, Russian troops advanced from multiple flanks, Kotlino, Udakhne, and Novosergivka in the north, while in the south, operations pushed through Razino, Nikolaevka, and Novotoroskoye. Each movement was designed not for quick occupation, but for strategic strangulation. Like a tightening noose, the Russian advance is slowly and methodically isolating.
Potem chceš vyčmudiť, Gogo. Potem chceš vyčmudiť. Gogo. Špejkačka. Posed sa trochu, posed sa. Ešte má čo robiť, aj keď ma to nebaví, aj keď ma nič nebaví, to je bohužiaľ. Ak nebudem nič robiť a budem myslieť iba na utrpenie, tak to v živote nestabilizujem. A budem stále rozmýšľať nad plečníkom a smrťou a utrpením. Mám šancu self-stabilizovať túto sáčku. Takže či sa mi to páči alebo nie, treba niečo spustiť a točiť. Máme si jednu mapu, skúsme mapovať. Skúsme sa navnadiť, šmakom je lepšie. Každý má lepší gonej na tejto sračke. Gogo, čo ty so mnou točíš biedu? Točíš tu so mnou biedu už niekoľko rokov. Tiež máš svoj vek, čo? Špekačka. Mákový súdok. Tiež máš svoj vek. Špekačka, mákový súdok. Treba točiť, treba niečo robiť. Aj keď ma nič nebaví, treba točiť. Ako nerad by som spúšťal Ligu retardov, ale... Začínam byť pod tlakom. Začínam byť pod tlakom Ligy retardov. Začneme pod tlakom ligy. Začneme pod tlakom stabilizácie. Buď nejako sa začne ten proces stabilizovania, alebo to bude stále horšie a horšie. Buď začneme nejako stabilizovať tú situáciu, alebo to bude stále horšie a horšie.
Know your place.
Ja viem, že je to strašné, ale treba niečo robiť. Treba non-stop niečo robiť, aj keď ma to nebaví. Ja sa snažím niečo točiť.
Did House Kayakshin send you? No? Then be gone. Well?
Ty máš koľko života? A na to. What the fuck? Give me this.
Pain's a Kayakshin special. Draw your last breath.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
What are you waiting for? Take your trophy and go.
Ja mám za jednu divajnú auto. Upadal. Kurva, ty čo si došiel, špekačka? Mal si relaxovať.
You are nothing.
Jesus, to isto. What the fuck is that? 135 shield. No. What a beast. What a beast.
Kneel.
To teplo bude naozaj asi hlavný dôvod, prečo som taký zdevastovaný.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I'm just over there. A čokoľvek so mnou je, dobre to nie.
Die quickly!
Posadíš sa? Či budeš so mnou troška rikošiť? Posadíš sa? To teplo ma pravdepodobne ničí. To dusno, ten kyslík, no? Nedáva to zmysel moc iný. Lebo utrpenie, plešníková smrť, to nebude ten hlavný dôvod. Hey, well. Asi to nezvládam moc dobre už. Nemôžeš tu kadiť, posaď sa, posaď sa.
Who's I?
We haven't got anything to disenchant.
Musí byť tým teplom. Neexistuje. Smrť plečníkov je jedna vec, ale to musí byť teplom. To musí byť tým dusnom. To musí byť tým dusnom. A sa do kyslíka, to musí byť ten hlavný dôvod prečo. Minulý rok to nemohlo byť takéto zlé. Minulý rok som čo točil? Paul World. O takomto čase? Ani nie. To je zlé, čo som točil. Uvidíme. Uvidíme, či sa mi nejako podarí stabilizovať situáciu, či je to tým teplom. Ale veľmi podľa je to tým teplom. Ale tento masívne zlý stav, nie je tu kyslík asi. Nedávam dostatočný kyslík. Tento masívne zlý stav prišiel s teplom. Toto prišlo s teplom. Tento extrémny útravný pocit prišiel, keď prišli 30 stupňové. Keď sa toto rozprodilo od triciny. Hlavne nič ma nejako, do ničoho sa neviem namotivovať, to je ďalší problém samozrejme. A možno to súvisí práve s tým teplom. Možno práve kvôli tomu je zle, že mi je zle ako Fredu, tak sa do ničoho neviem namotivovať, lebo mi je zle ako Fredu. Uvidím. Budem musieť... Ak tu budem menej ako 30 stupňov, to znamená, že bude také dusno a bude mi rovnako zle, tak potom sa uvidí, či to bolo. Ale to bude súvisieť s tým teplom. Lebo ja som bol relatívne OK a nechce sa mi veriť, že zdravotný stav sa mi tak masívne zhoršil za 1 mesiac. Ultimátne zle mi začalo byť, keď prišli tieto teplá. A tieto teplá prišli asi koľko, 2 týždne dozadu? Možno skôr ako ja sa zvládať do teplej stavy. Ale ako si to predstavím zvládať, jo? Ako si to lustrujem. Problémy plečníka zomrel dávno. A nebolo mi až takto zlé. Nebolo mi až takto brutálne zlé, to znamená, tam je ten aspekt toho, že ono to utrpenie sa nejako extrémne nezvyšuje. To znamená, niekto zomrie, trpíš, ale to sa nezvyšuje časom, že trpíš viacej. Ten moment, ako niekto zomrie, keď sa o tom dozvieš, tej trpíš v podstate najviac. To znamená, to nemôže súvisieť s plečníkovou smrťou, to ako... To je to dusno. Nič iné to nemôže byť ako to dusno. A možno je to aj tým, že mi došli nápoje a tento Happy Max je ohovné. A prechádzam takisto abstinenčnou onou, nemám svoje dávky. A hlava neboli, väčšinou ťa bolí hlava, a to nie je hlava, čo ich vlastne? Taký malatný som. Únava, no to je z toho kyslíka. Únava, malatný som. Veľa CO2. To bude ono, to bude týmto to neviem fixnúť jednoducho. Ja si viem určite od cez 2,5 tisíca. Určite. Samozrejme to není Není to jediný důvod, ale je to hlavný důvod. Nedostatok.
So players are getting banned in Throne and Liberty for using exploits and bugs, which is a good thing. But the reason for why they're getting banned is pretty crazy when you guys know the history of exploits and bugs that's been in Throne and Liberty. So let's just jump into it and see what's happening. So basically, Throne and Liberty posted this on their Twitter, on their game status Twitter, which basically says, "We taken action against multiple accounts confirmed to have abused unintentional gameplay mechanics to gain an advantage when fighting the Dragorile raid boss, the first raid boss, by attacking from outside the intended combat area. Offenders will receive a suspension. Continued abuse of unintended gameplay mechanics will result in increasing penalties and may lead to permanent bans." That's capped, by the way. You will never get a permanent ban for exploiting in-game stuff unless you're messing with Relucent. We've committed to swift action against unfair play. Thank you to everyone who reported this issue. Your vigilance helps improve our game environment for all. Play fair, and we'll see you in game. Now, for those of you that don't know, basically, if you the first boss in hard mode, there was basically an exploit where you could enter, and the way you would do it is everybody would attack. I don't know exactly step by step how it would work, but everybody would attack the boss. Then everybody would leave the raid and then come back in, except the tank. And then when the tank dies or something, he would jump outside and basically he would do no mechanics. That was basically the exploit that happened. And I actually got news of this because they reported on this yesterday. But people have been getting banned for this for several days ago when the exploit was first out. So I saw players were getting like 3 days bans. People were talking about it, but there was no announcement regarding this. And now it finally is. And some people are happy. I'm happy about this, but at the same time, people are mad because, okay, it's fine. You're finally punishing players, even though what happened to all the other exploits that happened, right, with the runes, with scripts. With a bunch of boss exploits and bugs, anvil weapons. Who knows at this point? There's so many bugs and exploits, which are way worse than this. Because doing hard mode raid, I do understand for some players, or most of the players in the game struggle and they cannot do it, and just being able to do the first boss. I mean, exploiting is cheating, so it should be punished, but it's not like the biggest thing or the main thing that you should be banned for. There's many other things like scripting, like botting, that you should probably look at first before doing this. But this is like a good stance overall on cheating, but it needs to be done. Let's talk about like Dimensional Trials overall, right? There's a bunch of exploits. There was no bans happening. Nobody got banned. We just got a punish, like a warning. And that's about it. And scripts, we've been talking about scripts for so long. I haven't seen a single ban come from scripting, because if you guys did ban people from scripting, you would announce it. There's been no posts about this. And on the game status, I was checking it. You guys used to post banning bots, but you guys stopped doing that. So there's like no proper punishments happening. And I think overall, even though punishing is good and people stop doing this, this is a fairly light exploit compared to what is in Throne. And I would wish you guys made this post when you guys actually punish people for other more severe exploits, such as getting a bunch of runes, for example, in the game. But of course, they're trying to protect their new content, because right now Throne will be struggling on the content front. The only new content is the raid. You have to farm the raid every single week to upgrade your heroic weapons. It's the only thing to do. So they want to make sure that they protect their new content, because they have nothing else, right? So if people are exploiting their raid, they're like, oh my god, they're gonna run through the content fast, and then we're gonna have nothing, and people are gonna quit. But people are gonna quit anyways, because like stuff is unfair. Overall, I would love to hear you guys' opinion, because I saw a lot of people talking about this and commenting underneath it. But people did get banned for this, for using this exploit. So at the same time, even though it is fair that people do get banned, it does not make sense. It's not like some exploits and bugs are so much worse than this. Like people
Treba sa nejako dokopy, treba sa stabilizovať, treba sa stabilizovať.
This one boss every single week is what you want to like double down on. Is crazy. But love to your guys' opinion.
That's a
Did you guys get
stabilizer.
banned? Let me know. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to do the heroic boss exploit. If I knew, I mean,
That's
I
a
kind of knew about
stabilizer.
it, but I was too lazy to like make a team and stuff. But
Make shift,
at this point, I don't know anymore with Throne of Fate because I always said that if you exploit,
Chewy shift,
there's an exploit, you should use it because Throne of Liberty doesn't punish. But now I don't know anymore. They might, if it's a severe and crazy exploit, you should do it. If it's an exploit like this, don't do it because if it's like a small threshold, exploit, they will ban you for it. But if it's a crazy one where you can like get arc boss weapons and stuff, you're good. There you go. Also, I don't condone exploit and cheating. I'm just gonna say at the end, but bye bye. Check out this video right here. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Cześć, Westka, chcesz masaż?
Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
To je ten kyslík. Gogino, nemôžeš toto robiť. Google. Špekačka nadšená. Nákový súdok, nemôžeš toto robiť. Zase ma doberáš. Poď sa. Nemôžeš robiť zo seba takéhoto hulováta. Kľud, ja viem, že je to strašné, ale to stabilizujem. Počkej, Gogo, to je trošku majonézy. Dnesem ti majonézu, dobre? Gogo. To je trošku majonézy. Daj si trošku majonézy. Daj si majonézu. Stabilizujeme túto situáciu, stabilizujeme to. Kľud to stabilizujeme. Stabilizujeme.
What we cook close to nature. Graham learned grass and fire don't play together. Humans need kill fire if they burn grass. Bad fire. Humans dig. Just we cook. Good job, humans. Time for prizes. Time for meat.
Stabilizujeme, kľud to stabilizuješ to, kľud. To stabilizujeme, namotivujeme sa na niečo. Všetko je to hlavne v hlave. Všetko je to v hlave, vo vzduchu samozrejme, ale treba začať hlavne s tou hlavou. Lebo vzduch sa stabilizuje, potom stabilizuje hlavu, potom sa niečo namotivovať, potom sa niečo zažrať. V auguste príde Last Epoch, zase bude otáčať. Kľud to stabilizujeme. Stabilizujeme, kľud to stabilizuješ to. A nová liga, Dexter v piatok začína, Plešinka junior zatiaľ žije. Dexter začína v piatok prvý diel. To začneme trochu brúzgať. Nová liga Last Epochu. To ako ti je zlé. To je hlavne je to vzduch. A potom mentalita. Stabilizujeme. Stabilizujeme. Najlepšie ako sa dá. Kľud. Potrebujeme byť silný pre pána Štoloverku. A pre tých, ktorí ešte žijú, pre tých, ktorí ešte sú v tomto hnoji. Potrebuješ byť silný, potrebuješ sa stabilizovať. Nemôžeš ju podať, nemôžeš ju podať. Musíme sa skopiť. Ináč je koniec, ak sa nevskopíme, je koniec. Musí sa skopiť, ináč je koniec. Musí sa skopiť, ináč je koniec. Musím sa schopiť, ináč je koniec, ináč je koniec. Musím sa schopiť, ináč je koniec. Treba zvyšovať mentalitu nejako. Treba zvyšovať mentalitu. Je to čo to je. A nemôže psychicky upadať. Od mentality všetko začína. No zvyšovať, treba stabilizovať to utrpenie. Zlepšiť ho nezlepšíme, ale treba ho stabilizovať. Nejako neutralizovať, aby bolo čo najmenej problémov. Klid, stabilizujeme. Klid, to je všetko je to hlavne. Polovica je psychika. No nie polovica. 30% je psychika, 30% zdravotný stav. 30% je vzduch. Zdravotný stav nefixneme, ale čo dokážeme fixnúť? To, čo dokážeme ako tak neutralizovať, je tu psychiku a vzduch. Psychiku a vzduch. Takže 60% dokážeme neutralizovať ten zdravotný stav, s tým sa nedá nič robiť. Ale zdravotný stav nie je najväčší problém. To je 30%. Tých zvyšných 60%, to je sa skomplikovalo do toho a psychika mi odišla a hlavne odišiel vzduch. Lebo keby neodišiel vzduch, áno, to priveľa vecí odišlo a to ma úplne zdevastovalo. Lebo 60% som hnoj, hej. 60% som hnoj, psychika v hnoji. Psychika v hnoji. Zdravotný stav v hnoji, 60% som hnoj. Ale to samo o sebe, tých 60% by ma ešte nezredukovalo. Lenže prišlo tých zvyšných 30, vzduch sa zhoršil a už keď sa cítim na 90% ako sračka, to už nezvládam. To je ten problém, ktorý to je. 30% mi odišlo, na 60% sa cítil ako hnoj. Na 60% ešte není až také zlé, aby som to nezvládal. Lenže potom do toho prišiel vydýchaný vzduch, nedostatok kyslíka a teplo jak hovno. A to mi komplikovalo situáciu na 90%, potom už to už je príliš veľa, to už nedávam. To už je príliš tučné. To už je príliš tučné, to už je príliš tučné. A keď som presvedčený, že keby to bola klimatizácia a plno kyslíka vo vzduchu a bolo by to maximálne 25 stupňov, nebolo by to viacej ako 25 a kyslík naťukaný, ja som presvedčený, že by som bol stabilizovaný. Problém je, že nechcem otvoriť okno, lebo to môže spôsobiť problémy asi s kvetmi. Vždy, keď som otvoril okna, spôsobil s kvetmi problémy. A je to problém, samozrejme problém. Ale hovorím, ak fixnem psychiku, tak by som mal byť OK aj s týmto vzduchom. No musím fixnúť psychiku. To znamená, potom sa na niečo namotivovať. Možno naozaj začnem točiť retardovanú ligu retardov. Akokoľvek liga retardov zlá, vie mi fixnúť psychiku, bohužiaľ. Pretože liga retardov má sere, robí mi nervy, lenže tie nervy sú malé a tie malé nervy prekryjú veľké nervy. Tá depresia je malá, neviem, čo mám robiť. Preto nemám toľko voľného času na ligu retardov, toto je to veci zase. Dobre, kľud. Príde Last Depot bude bomba, to budeme otáčať od augusta. Na konci augusta sa to rozbalí. Na konci augusta sa rozbalí Last Depot. Dovtedy to môžeme roztáčať. Kľud, je to OK, dovtedy môžeme otáčať. Náhnitý trón. Môžeme teoreticky viacej točiť. Trón je bomba, trón je dobrý. Je trošku náhnitý, ale je dobrý. Môžeš tam točiť sezóny, môžeš točiť lizardov a môžeme kvalitné zbrane ešte skúsiť vyburcovať. Môžeme ešte skúsiť našňupať. Áno, môžeme ešte skúsiť našňupať. Podaj fixu psychiku, ináč koniec. Koniec. Pozri sa. Náhnitý Fallout sa dá roztáčať. Môžeme točiť, môžeme vytáčať. Pozri, tuto máme kvalitné skiny na zbraň, máme kvalitné skiny. To teplo ma dosť devastuje, no to je tých zvýšných 30%, no. Lebo tým, že ma nič nejako extra nebaví, to teplo ma devastuje extrémne. Možno to teplo robí aj 40% biedy. A reálne to je silná káva, Kľud. Ja viem, je to ťažké, alebo tak stabilizovať tu tieto biedy. Nejako stabilizujeme kľud. Kľud, už je to hneď o niečo lepšie, keď stalo. Grab the square piece of power armor, mal som to zobrať do piče, dám tú misiu pičnú. Nevadí, to sa spraví. Kde je juniorová sestra? To je ona? To vyzerá byť ako ona, je tam. Juniorová sestra si obľúbila hento miesto na tom rošte. Kľud, je to dobré, už sa to zlepší, už je to o niečo lepšie, Je to o niečo lepšie. Stabilizujeme, kľud, stabilizujeme. Potrebujem sa stabilizovať, lebo to aj tak nikam nevedie. Stále tu pán Štolverk a sú tu šmáci, ktorí sú na mne závislí. Ktorí sú odkazaní na mňa. Musím sa stabilizovať kvôli tým, ktorí ešte žijú na tomto svete. Potrebujem, aby som im dával jedlo. Potrebujem sa kvôli nim stabilizovať. Čiže koniec. Potrebujem sa namotivovať. Potrebujem sa namotivovať a stabilizovať.
Welcome back, everyone. Do you have some specific mercy that you need for your build? Maybe you're looking for a double aura? Maybe a good kinetic blast? I believe that I might find a way to kind of target fine. For disclaimer, I'm not 100% sure that this works, but from my own testing, it was definitely noticeable. I was looking for toxicologists with double over, and was looking for him for over a week, and sold only 2 of them. But then, I suddenly started to get more and more of them, and now I'm presenting you what I have found. From my own experience, but again, it's not 100% sure and need to be tested more, you tend to get more mercenaries of the type that you have already hired. So as soon as I hired random dexterity mercenary, I started to get more and more of them. Then I hired another one, and I was getting the pure dexterity mercenary almost every other night. So the strategy is pretty simple. You need to hire the type of merc that you're looking for. I was looking for a toxic dexterity one, so I hired 2 of them. I haven't tried 3 because I have kinda nice and famous kinetic blast guy, but I have a feeling. If you get 3 of the same time, you'll get them even more. So with this combination of 2 toxic guys and 1 kinetic, I was getting more triple attribute and pure dexterity mercenaries to hire compared to the other type. Obviously, you need to exile the other type. I was exiling pure strength and pure intelligence, and 1 random combination. To confirm my discovery, I quickly ran a lot of default canyon, just right straight to them.
To je bežovna. To vôbec nefunguje tak, ako si myslíš, chlapi. To vôbec nie je tá cesta. To, čo hovoríš, sú choré hnoje. Dobre? To, čo hovoríš, sú choré hnoje. Vítaj, Gogo, vítaj. Posaď sa, relaxuj. Relaxuj. Relaxuj, Gogo, relaxuj. Relaxuj, ty špekačka maková. Alebo Da Vinci kód. Alebo Da Vinci kód. Alebo Da Vinci kód. Je tu aj to benče, ktorú potrebujem? Alebo nie? Sú tu hore obidva a vyzerá, že sú pri sebe. Aj junior, aj jeho sestra vyzerá, že sú obidva pri sebe. Ale je pravda, že plešinka ma bude vždy ničiť. Odchod plešinky. Plešinka bol môj šmák. Neuveriteľne mi zlepšilo náladu. Plešinka bol veľmi dobrý stabilizátor morálky pre mňa. Extrémne stabilizoval vždy náladu. Vždy keď prišiel plešinka, vždy keď som uvidel, že je doma a že relaxuje, na svém mieste, tak vždy mě nálada extrémně šlo hore.
Purchase I've ever made in this card collecting hobby. There it is. Now these packs are going for anywhere between $200 and $300 on eBay. When my local card shop told me that he had some packs at $95, I instantly said, that's crazy, and I left, didn't pick them up. Then I got home and thought to myself, I just done the Divorced Dad series, and more people watch those videos than I ever thought would watch anything that I uploaded. So I thought again and said, it might be fun to test my luck with a collector booster. Now, I've only ever bought one other collector booster in my life, and that was the original set, the base set Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering stuff. And guess what I pulled out of that pack? Absolutely nothing. The biggest waste of $50 of my life. I said I'd never do it again because obviously my luck is terrible. But for the channel, I am sacrificing $100. I also thought of keeping this sealed, by the way, because it sells for triple the price that I bought it. But where's the fun in that? There's no fun in keeping packs sealed. Let's see what's in here. Am I going to get a poster card? Oh boy. Is this the end of the channel? If I pull something incredible and I get Post Malone to buy it so I can pay my mortgage, that might be the end of Worst Luck Cards. I think that would be a fitting end and a lovely end, riding off into the sunset on horseback with Post Malone and a card. Okay, here we go. Oh my God. Whew. I'm nervous. I can't believe. There goes $100. Okay. Now, the deal with collector boosters is that they're full of rare cards. You usually don't buy these packs to get cards to play with and make decks. You buy them because you want to waste $100. All right. Here we go. Surrounded by orcs. Cirith Ungol Patrol. Now, look, if anybody likes the Lord of the Rings, totally worth it. I'm a big fan. So when this series came out, I was all for it. Incredible artwork in a universe that is beloved. A Brienne Keeper. All right, guys, I'm not talking too much. I'm nervous about breaking the Fellowship. Spoiler alert. Go watch The Lord of the Rings. If you haven't, go read the books. Absolutely worth it. Okay, here are all the regular cards to start with. Saruman's Trickery, my shaky breath as I pull nothing out of this pack. I mean, it would be great for the channel to have spent $100 on this pack of cards and get absolutely nothing, which I'm fully expecting, by the way. We've got a Surge Foil, so this is called the Surge Foil when it kind of is not just regular flat foily. We're going to get some of those in here, I mean, hopefully. Summons of Saruman. Now we start with the more rare cards. There are 15 cards in this pack. Mithril Coat. I feel like I know this. This could be a card that is really good. I'd have to look it up. I'll be careful with it. We've got a full art, not Surge, but that's, I mean, beautiful. We've got a Surge foil, flowering of the white tree. We want one of those psychedelic poster cards, is what we're hoping for, because they're really cool. Samwise, maybe the best character in all of the Lord of the Rings? Discuss in the comments, everyone. Who's your favorite? Are you a Frodo lover, a Sam lover, Merry and Pippin? Oh boy, did we do it? Holy. Now, not only did we pull a poster card, but this might be the most rare. I have to look this up, but this is incredible. Did we do it? Did we not fully waste $100 on an absolutely terrible pack? I don't know what to say. This is very cool. I've never experienced this, and now I'm experiencing it with everybody watching. Whoever's watching. Hopefully lots of you. Holy Sauron poster card. Wow. And then we got food. She loves food. Ballistic Raider. Surge foil. Should I be more excited about this Surge foil token card? No, I shouldn't. Let's take one more look at it. Absolutely gorgeous. Can't believe it. There it is, everyone. Sauron. I'm gonna carefully walk this somewhere and sleeve it and do some research. Otherwise,
Koľko stojí tá karta? Toto je ono. Však nestojí až tak veľa. 279. OK. Kúpil si za $100, ako vyhral si, ale koľko? 170? Ako keby stala 20 000, tak sa môže baviť. Ale toto je nič. To je nič, tie karty nemajú cenu. To je nič, to je hovno. Nadšený z toho, že vyhral $200. No a $200 si vyhral. No a či z toho táby nadšený.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
All right, well, Sam Tripoli is here from the Tinfoil Hat Podcast. Hilarious comedian. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. And
love you guys. Thanks for having me, man.
The reason why I wanted to have you on today was because Elon Musk is starting a new party, and he did it on this very unscientific poll. He said Independence Day is the perfect time to ask if you want independence from the two-party, some would say uniparty system. Should we create the American Party? And 65% of the people said yes. So, and I'm sure there are absolutely no bots created that voted on that. I'm sure that.
Yeah, the guy who owns the platform is putting out the tweet that it says everyone likes what he said.
That confirms the thing he wants. Isn't that weird? There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. It certainly passes the smell test if you like the smell of bullshit.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know, man. We try this all the time, and then the other side gets elected. And I'm not saying that we don't need a third party, but voting seems to not get us anywhere.
No,
that's
we can't.
my biggest thing.
No, we have people who voted for Donald Trump thought they were voting for the end of wars, and he is giving us a little bit less, although he's still sending stuff to Ukraine, munitions and money, and of course what he's doing with Israel-Palestine is a legit genocide.
100%.
He bombed Iran and he bombed the hell out of the Houthis again, even though as recent as 2024 he said you don't have to do that.
And he's made nice with the ISIS leader of Syria.
Oh, that's
who speaks
right.
Perfect Hebrew, by the way.
Yeah.
How awesome is that for Netanyahu?
Yeah, it's awesome.
It works out perfect.
Yeah, so yeah, the guy who they used to have a $10 million reward for because he was a terrorist, Trump is now calling a fine young man who's running Syria, and he wants to be working with Israel. Isn't that interesting?
Oh yeah, perfect. And just somehow this guy just wants to give up the land that lines perfectly up with the Greater Israel Project.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, how lucky are you?
Yeah.
Had a
So
bad year. Now it worked out.
so Syria was another war for Israel, and that's another thing people don't realize. So Elon Musk, all I can say is finally America's going to have a party that isn't being controlled by the wealthy elite. A party for the people.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. So he says he's going to, one way to execute on this would be a laser focus on just 2 or 3 Senate seats and 8 to 10 House districts. Given the the legislative margin, that would be enough to serve as the deciding vote on contentious laws, ensuring that they serve the true will of the people. Now, this is first of all, one small difference being that when he says he's going to laser focus on Senate seats, he will be using an actual laser.
Yeah, 100% from Starlink. Yeah, 100%.
No, I thought, I just real quick, I thought this is what Bernie Sanders was going to do in 2016 because he had half the Democratic Party behind him, and I thought he was going to mobilize those people, and we could have had some real power. But of course he didn't. Bernie is a fake and a phony and a cuck to power, and he only cares about fighting oligarchy when the Democrats aren't the ones in bed with the oligarchy, only Republicans. So
Yeah, fighting oligarchy, flying private planes everywhere you go.
that's right.
That works out. The closest thing we had to this was the Tea Party there for a short time, and it did for a very short time pull the Republican Party kind of a little bit more to the right. That's about it. But if you're going to have lobbying, if you're going to have lobbying and not have any term limits, you're never going to fix anything.
So when the Tea Party came along was at the same time of Occupy Wall Street came along. So the response to the government bailing out the banks that had just crashed our economy while pocketing all the money and never having to pay it back, and wrecking people's 401ks that they worked for their whole life. The response to that was on the right, there was the Tea Party, and on the left, there was Occupy Wall Street. Well, so both of those got completely infiltrated, and what happened with that, but also they then started to emphasize racism, sexism, homophobia, all that stuff exploded in the national press. That's all they talked about all day long. And so that was a way to divide America. So America was coming together. The Tea Party and the Occupy were both against what we did when the bailout of Wall Street, when they crashed our economy after they repealed Glass-Steagall under Bill Clinton. So we were coming together, and they found a way to split us apart again, and that's exactly what they did. And so Elon Musk is trying to do this, which I'm all for it, actually. I don't think it will do what people want it to do, but let's see what people. Here's some people's reactions. How many foreigners and bots participated in this poll? Way to go. Clandestine says, we already did that. It's called MAGA. So the people who are part of the MAGA movement thought they were part of a third-party movement inside the Republican Party because most of the Republican Party, there was the Never Trumpers, right? That was the Lincoln Project and all those people who were big in the Republican Party, like who said they would never vote for Donald Trump. You know, those people. So they thought that was like their own rebellion, their own third party inside of it. But it turns out, especially with this last bill, that it's the exact. So what I was saying before was people thought that they voted for free speech. They didn't get free speech.
100%.
They got another protected class of people, and it's called people who support Israel. So you can't. And he started to kick people out of the country who were here legally, following all the rules, and for their speech, which is the exact opposite of what free speech.
And what they really do is get you to accept some Marxist stuff against people you don't like, and the minute you accept it, they turn around and do it to you.
That's
right?
exactly right.
You know, so everyone's like, hey, get rid of these foreigners who are here illegally, okay? And what they're just going to start to do eventually, start black bagging Americans. It's just inevitable. And here's the whole thing, like this No Kings thing and this Tesla protest is the greatest example of the power of propaganda. Because if you study who showed up to these protests, okay, especially the Elon Musk protest, it was all 55 and up white people who are the only people watching CNN and watching MSNBC right now.
Yes. So
and if you study No Kings real quick,
go ahead.
you know, people gave me a lot of crap for some of the posts I put up being like super dramatic, but I was like, don't go to the No Kings. This is a setup. And it wasn't what people thought it was. And everyone's like, oh, it was nothing. Well, I go, is it nothing because it just didn't work the way they wanted to? Or was it nothing because enough people like us are saying this is the setup? The Walmart era is the one funding everything. So deep in East LA, gang leaders were like, no one in the neighborhood goes to these protests. So I do think it was working. And if you study how they operate, you know, BLM was for black people, January 6th was for white people, and No Kings were for Latinos. And they just work every demographic. Because if you look at countries that overthrow their governments, they tend to be ethnocentric. They're all of the same.
Neboj sa špekačka. Spolu to zvládneme
In
špekovať.
America, what they've done to us is
Spolu to
divide and
zvládneme.
conquer us on almost every single issue, even getting you the flip-flop. You had the, you know, California, we have the My Body, My Choice people, and it's a foundation of this super progressive government until it comes to the vaccine. I don't know what I can say on here, but until it comes to the shot. And then they flipped on that real quick, right?
Yeah.
Then you had the right that was the anti-censorship and anti-cancel culture until it comes to Israel. And then they flip right there on that.
Yes.
This whole thing, especially with the
What film?
Epstein files, it's all to get you to not know if you're coming or going. It's a demoralization campaign.
But well said. So here's some Mila Joy says Democrats voted yes in that poll because it would destroy the GOP. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think what we actually do is make the Republican Party the American Party and work day and night to remove every rhino piece of shit from our party. The whole problem with the GOP is 85% of them are actually warmongering, money laundering Democrats. Well, they're just establishment. So the Democrat and Republicans are the establishment. So it's not that they're Democrats, it's that they're just establishment politicians. That's the problem.
Who look at war like a video game
That's
or a
right.
TV show, and they'll never go fight it ever in their life. Never, not one person from their bloodline will ever see this war that they thirst for. And you have a couple states right now who are enacting term limits. We got it. You know, it's like, why can I only go like a couple years or a couple terms in LA as the mayor? But and as a senator and congressman, I can go decades and decades and decades.
You can only be president for 2 terms. You can be there for 50 years like Mitch McConnell and Barbara, all of them. So, but I keep stopping this point. So people thought they voted for free speech. They didn't get it. People thought they voted for less military spending. Trump is exploding the Pentagon budget. And at the same time, he's cutting people's health care, Medicaid,
unbelievable,
which he said he wouldn't do, which they are doing. They're doing that. And it's been warned against by people, by like Steve Bannon came on this show and said, there's a lot of MAGA on Medicaid. Don't do this. So, but they're doing it. And they're doing it under the guise that we're just cutting illegal immigrants. I'm sure they are, but that's not all they're cutting. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to affect Americans. And this is our biggest problem with our government. It's like, we get wined and dined during the election, told everything we want to do.
Right.
It's like when guys court women. They say whatever they got to do to get to where they want to go. And that's why women go crazy, because they're like, you lied to me, you said all these sweet nothings, and then you totally lied about it. It's the same thing with voting, right? They tell us anything we want to hear. Once we elect them in, they completely abandon us. And that's why we need to get like a no confidence vote going on in this country. You see it in Britain, where like after like a year, they're like, you lied to us, you're out, in with a new guy. And I think we need stuff like that. We need to be able to go, hey man, this isn't going the way you promised us. you're out. Let's have a new election.
So it doesn't seem like I said these exact words to someone at a comedy club the other night. I was talking to Tom Rhodes, and I said, yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to vote our way out of this, Tom. No matter what you vote for, you get John McCain, as that old saying goes.
Yeah.
No matter who you vote for, you get John McCain.
Permanent state.
And you get the permanent state. And Trump is just in bed with a different sect of the permanent state, which the Epstein file thing reveals, and him closing down the investigation into his own assassination attempt. Also, so he's just in bed with a different faction of the deep state. But
there are cartels. They are, and they're just warring cartels. And when cartels need to work with each other, they work with each other. And when they don't, they put on the theater and they fight over territory. Because the president of the United States is kind of like mayor of Chicago, which is notorious for being completely corrupt.
Yes.
Right, and all you want to do is the seat, so you hand out the contracts to your people instead of them handing out the contracts to their people. And most likely Trump now represents the extremely corrupt New York City real estate people. That's who got into Washington. Like, why should we just run New York City? Let's just go run Washington. He's just a crime boss. I've been saying this forever. He's a crime boss, and he's a different cartel. He's just a different cartel than the George Bush death cult that had everybody since Reagan all the way up to Obama. And then Biden.
I said it was I said this to Viva Frey, friend of the show, said, if you want to know how a multi-party system works, look at Canada. Do you want America to become Canada? If the system is broken, more of a broken system isn't going to fix it. That's kind of a good point.
That is a good point.
Do it. The fact that so many influencers are replying to this post with the pre-written pro-swamp talking points within seconds only proves your point. America needs a libertarian conservative party that stands for Americans, not foreign regimes. I think there already is a party. It's called the Libertarian Party.
I totally agree on that as well. I think the biggest problem we got right now is these elites don't fear us at all. They have zero fear of us. If you study history, eventually the people get tired of it and they take out the leadership. And I'm not calling for anything, but I'm saying that's what history is. And there's no history. What was the last person that ever got tried for a crime? Was it during the Iran-Contra affair? And they threw what's-his-face under the bus, and he was the only one who went to jail?
Oliver North. Yeah,
nobody else.
Then he got really punished by a job on Fox News making millions of dollars. Anyway,
It's about taking away our guns.
the red-headed libertarian says, I say this as a libertarian. Third parties fail in America. The Uniparty designed it that way, following Ross Perot. A third-party candidate needs 15% in 5 Uniparty polls just to get into the debate. That said, we know infiltration is effective as the Democrat Party is overrun with communists. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised to read that there's going to be a Diddy party on the ticket. He's a...
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, he's a liberalitarian, kind of. Oil prices will finally go way down, if you know what I'm talking about. Here it is. So here, he did it. This is the Federal Election Commission, Statement of Organization, American Party. There it is. And who's running it for him? He's got the CFO of Tesla. Musk's American Party filing names Tesla CFO Vaibhav Taneja as treasurer, triggers H-1B party backlash. Now you remember, it said nobody is saying that the American Party needs a leader with a name like Brad Langley or anything like that, but you got to ease us into this.
Yeah, we got to be able to spell it.
Don't just spit on the subject and then jam us in there. I mean, anyway, so that's the guy. So if you remember what happened with the H-1B visas, Trump again ran on, American workers, prioritizing American workers, and then Trump flipped along with Elon Musk and said, no, we got to bring in H-1B visa people. Why? Because they can pay them less. That's the whole reason. That's the whole reason. There's already a visa program for workers who have special skills. That isn't covered on that. You don't need the H-1B for that. The H-1B is just so they can come in and undercut American workers. That's all that is. And Trump went along with it, and so did Elon Musk. And that's what I keep saying. You can't vote your way out of this. You can't vote your way out of this.
100%. What happens is they pay them less money, which means they can't live a proper life. So they have to all clump together to survive. And then you start building these kind of pockets of foreign culture. And you see it all the time. So nobody ever integrates anymore. So they don't become, they're just Indians living in America. They're American because they're here, but they're not being integrated into our culture. And if I hear another person telling me whatever the job is that Americans don't want to do it, they talk about a lot about agriculture. Americans don't want to do that. Yesterday when I went through
That is such bullshit.
because I'm a fat ass, the guy handed me a bag at the drive-thru was 55 years old. Okay? People want to work.
So that I've heard that's argument too, Sam, and that is such a bullshit argument that these are jobs Americans won't do. You're so full of shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Americans have been farmers since the beginning of this country. Americans have worked in meatpacking facilities. Americans have worked construction. Americans have worked lawn maintenance. Americans have worked every job, every dirt. You know, Mike Rowe used to have that show, Dirty Jobs. Those are all Americans. So get out of here.
Yeah, 100%.
That there's some job out there that Americans aren't willing to do if you pay them a living wage. Of course they are. They don't want to go work for a sub-living wage. That's the whole deal. But that's why they have open borders, and that's the whole point of that.
They had some either meatpacking industry place that either it was that or a farm, and they basically raided it. They took almost all the workers. The next day, there was a line around the block of Americans trying to get jobs. They'll work.
That's right. So that I've heard people say that, and those are people who don't know what they're talking about. Elon Musk companies have received at least $38 billion in U.S. government contracts, loans, subsidies, and tax credits over 20 years. That's per the Washington Post analysis from February 2025. Breakdown, SpaceX has gotten $22.5 billion, Tesla $11.4 billion. Figures may be higher due to classified deals. So, you know, you forget that Musk is perhaps one of the most powerful military contractors in history.
And we think he's going to save us.
Yeah, that's right. The nerds and tech geeks think that they're going to be spared from digital dystopia.
Yeah, man. It's absolutely nuts. And it's everything. I don't know how to stop it. I think bringing up awareness is it. But nobody's coming to save you. You got to save yourself. And you got to kind of change from the inside. And that's how you're an example to others. And the internet took our eye off of local. The internet made us start looking at all these nationals. We stopped reading local newspapers. We stopped seeing what was happening in our local school boards and city councils, and we focused all on the national. And reality is, you can do change on your local level. That's where you can make the change. And we got to start focusing on that way more.
And let's remind people of what his actual beliefs are. Assault rifles should be minimum require a special permit, where the recipient is extremely well vetted. To be more precise, I mean any semi-automatic gun with supersonic ammo and a large magazine. So he's for that. He says exactly a carbon tax. He's for a carbon tax. Did you know that? That Elon Musk is for a carbon tax to correct the unprecedented externality market will do. So he's for a carbon tax, and why do you think that is? Because he makes fucking electric cars.
Yeah, 100%.
Why do you think he's for a carbon tax? Okay. Also, he says, as a reminder, I'm in favor of universal basic income.
That is the death of art. It's the death of art when you start to put everyone's on the government tip. And you look at California, the number one employer is the U.S. government.
In California?
In California.
Now, are you including defense contractors in that?
I'm including all of them, Facebook, all that stuff. They are and just the government, whether it's the college institutions, they're the number one employer in California.
So Victoria Brown says to Elon, as a reminder, you are a billionaire who underpays his workers. Maybe sit this one out.
That's fire. That's fire.
So he also says, I think essential services, including healthcare, should be taken care of by the government, or meaning the taxpayers. I'm for Medicare for all, 100%.
100%. It's actually ridiculous because you have no one that can counter basically them rigging the system and making you pay that much. Whether it's your doctor, they get kickbacks on that. The insurance company, everyone's making money off this. You need to have a counter to that. And I'm okay. You know, they're always talking about certain things running at a loss. I'm fine with healthcare running at a loss. I would rather go in debt because of healthcare than into war.
That's right. And I know a lot of people like, Jimmy, the same people who did COVID will be running your healthcare then. No, the same people who did COVID are running your healthcare now.
Yeah, 100%.
Who do you think runs your healthcare now? Do you think they put in vaccine mandates because Joe Biden woke up and thought it was a good idea? Or because he was fucking told to by his owners, which are Big Pharma and the Wall Street bankers? Those are the people who told him to do this. Yeah, those are the people who are running your healthcare now. Those are the people who have an economic incentive to stop you from getting medical treatment when you're sick. And guess what? They do it now.
Yeah,
and the people
they profit off of our sickness.
The people who are the most happy with their health care are the people on Medicare. Because there isn't a capitalist in between you and your doctor trying to deny you service because they make more money if they deny you service. Somebody in the government doesn't make more money if they deny you service. But somebody at the health insurance company does. And somebody at Big Pharma makes more money when they get the government to not negotiate their drug prices.
Yes. Yes.
Like every other country in the goddamn world. All right.
Ian Carroll did something about how there's these drugs out there that cause hair loss, and right next to those drugs are medicine for hair loss, and they're owned by the same company.
He says the reason I'm in America along with so many. So remember when he did this? So this is the H-1B visa thing. So he's trying to say that H-1B visas is a good thing, which it's not. And then he told people, if you're not for it, take a big step back and F yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes which you cannot possibly comprehend. So anybody who can F themselves in his own face is not going to be spending any time on social media because they're too busy fucking their own faces. Hey, where have you been all day? I just been effing my own face. Oh, you got a little something on your collar.
They're not going to be on Twitter. They're going to be on OnlyFans.
So here's Trump's response. Here's what he said.
Starting a third party. I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
So, why do you think Elon's doing this? Do you think Trump is saying that it's because he cut his, he got a tax break for having an electric vehicle? Trump and the big beautiful bill cuts that out. So that's a lot of money that's not going to go to Tesla. But Elon says it's because of the big beautiful bill and they're exploding the deficit. What do you think it is, Sam?
I think he didn't get a return on all the money he gave him. I mean, he gave him what, 100 mil, 200 mil? And he's just basically out now, and it's not even like 1 year in. I think he's upset about that. He might be upset that he didn't get the contract that Palantir got. He's all about the trans agenda as well, and transhumanism agenda, and collecting all the data. That's really what Twitter's about, is collecting your data. He's losing money on that. And he might be pissed that the contracts went to Palantir and didn't go to him when he gave him all that money. It has to do with power and money. It has less to do with making America great. I mean, if you look at IBM, right? IBM's a giant tech company. They're just laying off 9,000 Americans to give them the H-1B visa people, which is less money, right?
Yeah.
And are you telling me the people at IBM aren't smart enough to do those jobs? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And so again, you can't vote your way out of this, folks. You thought you were voting for a guy who was America first. He's not. He's corporations first. It's not about you. And that's every president. It's every president in my lifetime. I'm not picking on Donald Trump. I'm showing you there's no way to vote your way out of it.
Kim Iverson, who does great work, is like, I'm voting straight Democrat now. I'm like, well, you voted straight Republican because of what the Democrats did. And you're hearing a lot of this from these progressive comics who are friends of mine, but they're all like, hey, Trump guys, you own this. It's all on you. I'm like, what do you think Kamala Harris would be doing? The exact same thing. The difference between her press conference about the Iran bombing and Trump's is all closeted people, and Kamala's would be just like BLM, feminists, and trans standing behind. That's the only difference between those two. They would all be doing the exact same thing.
So I'm saddened. Here's Trump's of longer. Boy, he just could someone teach him how to put it in paragraphs? I'm saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks. He even wants to start a third party, despite the fact that they have never succeeded in the United States. The system seems not designed for them. Yeah, why don't you try to fix the system to make it so we can have more? So he's just like, no, it's good. Status quo is good. That's what Donald Trump is saying. The status quo is good. Everybody hates the two-party system, but it's good because it serves him. The one thing third parties are good for is the creation of a complete and total disruption and chaos. And we have enough of that with the radical left Democrats who have lost their confidence in their minds. Republicans, he also wants to get rid of Thomas Massey. So he's also too radical for Donald Trump. Keep that in mind. Okay? Republicans, on the other hand, are a smooth-running machine that just passed the biggest bill of its kind in history of the country. It is a great bill, but unfortunately for Elon, it eliminates a ridiculous electronic vehicle mandate, which would have forced everyone to buy an electric car in a short period of time. I have been strongly opposed to that from the very beginning. People are now allowed to buy whatever they want, gasoline-powered hybrids, which are doing very well, or new technologies as they come out. No more EV mandate. I've campaigned on this for 2 years, and quite honestly, when Elon gave me his total and unquestioned endorsement, I asked him whether or not he knew that I was going to terminate the EV mandate. It was in every speech I made, and in every conversation I had. He said he had no problems with that. I was very surprised. Additionally, Elon asked that one of his close friends run NASA. And while I thought his friend was very good, I was surprised to learn that he was a blue-blooded Democrat who had never contributed to a Republican before. Elon probably was also. I also thought it inappropriate that a very close friend of Elon, who was in the space business, run NASA, when NASA is such a big part of Elon's corporate life. My number one charge is to protect the American public. Okay.
You campaigned on a lot of other stuff.
You campaigned on a lot of other
that
shit.
you totally reneged
You
on.
campaigned on not bombing Yemen. You campaigned on free speech. You campaigned on a lot, not cutting Medicaid. There's a lot of stuff you campaigned on. By the way, putting American workers first. That's why. And then you flipped on that with H-1B visa. So it's again, he's flipping on. That's why I keep saying you can't vote your way out of this. And when is someone like Bernie Sanders? Or even AOC. AOC has like something like 13 million Twitter followers. When did she ever ask her Twitter followers to actually do anything? When did she ever ask them to get in the streets and shut something down? And never, and they never will.
So and the crazy thing is that he's talking about how this guy was a lifelong Democrat. Guess what, Trump? You were a lifelong Democrat.
Trump was a lifelong.
Guess who else was? RFK Jr., Elon, all of them.
Tulsi.
They're all lifetime Democrats. And then they switch to that because stuff is going crazy. He goes in there and disruption and chaos. Guess what? That's what we want.
Yeah.
I want disruption and I want chaos because the system sucks and it's not for the people. It's for the oligarchy. Okay? I mean, if you look like our people who are fluent and have problems with gluten, they go to other countries, they can eat the bread there. Because
That's right.
so much
Glyphosate. Yeah.
Why is everybody here well, they make you think everybody here is overweight. But why is everybody overweight? Well, because we're working more, it's harder for us to get a nice meal, so we eat this fast food stuff that's got all these chemicals in it that is to make us dumb and fat so we can't participate in the political process. That's it. It's all about smoke screens. It's all about diverting our focus from what's happening in Washington, D.C., and how the Federal Reserve is funding everything you hate in the world, everything you hate through USA, all that stuff. They don't want you paying attention to that.
And they're not, by the way, they're not stopping that USAID. They're just folding it into the State Department or the Pentagon. So that don't get your hopes up either about that. Oh, by the way, Trump said he was going to, and Elon said they're going to audit the Pentagon. They didn't do it. They didn't do it.
I thought they were going to go to Fort Knox and find that gold.
Remember they were going to Fort Knox?
Yeah, 100%.
Where is our gold?
Where's the Epstein files? Where's the JFK? Where's all that stuff?
Yeah. You know, I feel bad for Ghislaine Maxwell. She's in prison for nothing.
For absolutely nothing.
And absolutely
And
nothing.
is she really in prison?
Oh, that's there. Now you're getting into my world.
So that's what I've been saying, Sam. Over here is like, how do we have? Is there proof that she's actually even in prison?
You're like looking through a whole kind of
right. Does she show up once a month at the prison so she can punch in her time card? I mean, I don't know.
I've always said that about these super big political criminals that get busted by the government and get sent to Denver with the supermax that we'll never see them again. You're like, how do we even know they're there? I mean, you say the Timothy McVeigh case, like, oh my God, it's so nuts. Like, it's just like his whole funeral, no one got to watch the execution.
Yes,
No one knew, like, what car he was in. No one could have one picture of it. And then, like, if you really want to get conspiratorial, there's videos about this one politician in Washington, D.C. who looks exactly like him. It's very weird. You know, it's all sorcery, dude. It's all sorcery. It's all energy manipulation to get you to not know if you're coming or going.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Toronto, Red Bank, New Jersey, Northampton, Massachusetts, Concord, New Hampshire, Oxnard, California, Rutherford, New Jersey, New York,
Krzysztof, czuję.
and Vancouver. Go to jimmydore.com for a link to tickets.
Cześć, Beko! Odniesiemy cię do pagody! Chcesz do pagody?
Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We spend the rest of the hour with award-winning journalist and author Naomi Klein. She has a major new piece out, co-authored with Astrid Klein for The Guardian newspaper. It's headlined, The Rise of End Times Fascism. The look at the apocalyptic fervor of the far right. In it, they went for
Odniesiemy cię do pagody, szpekaczka!
preparing for the end of the world, and then they themselves are frenetically accelerating. That is not so far away from the more mass-market vision of fortress nations that gripped the far right globally, from Italy to Israel, Australia to the United States. In the time of ceaseless peril, openly supremacist movements in these countries are positioning their relatively western states as armed bunkers. Klein writes. She's also professor of climate justice at the University of British Columbia, founding co-director of the UBC Center for Climate Justice. Her latest book, Doppelganger, A Trip into the Mirror World. Naomi, welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. If you can start off by talking about your piece and what exactly you mean by talking about the end times.
Odniesiemy cię, szpekaczka! Do pagody!
This isn't the most cheerful piece I've ever written. With Astrid Klein, a very close collaborator, founder of the Debt Collective. And we were trying to kind of map what is similar and what is different about the type of politics that we're seeing today. And I should say the piece is not only it also looks at what this can mean for a response to this particular form of fascism, because we can't find it if we don't understand it. So I think a lot of very good scholarship attempting to understand authoritarianism today, whether it's Trump or figures like Duterte or Modi, have little similarities between these far-right figures and Mussolini or Hitler, and have taken a kind of a checklist approach.
Widzę, to chcesz do pagody, nasza szpekaczka.
And I think there's a lot of value in that, but the risk of it is that it doesn't look at what is new and what is particular to our time. Fascism always is an attempt by the right to resolve a crisis of its own era, right? So in the 1930s, they were attempting to resolve, in Germany, the humiliations of the First World War, the impacts of the Great Depression, and to propose a unity in the face of that before the in-group. But our movement is different, and one of the things that makes it different, if you think about fascism in the 1930s, this is before the atomic bomb, it's before they understood climate change, and we are in a moment where our elites, whether they admit it or not, do understand that our economic model, and I've written books about this and talked about it with you in the past, is at war with life on Earth, right? And they are barreling down this road of more and more extraction of fossil fuels, of all kinds of, basically anything they can extract from this earth and turn into energy and money, particularly now with AI, which is a energy and resource hog, water, LNG, critical minerals, all of it. So we're trying to understand how this is informing the kind of fascism that we're seeing. And also, we're trying to understand what unites this kind of strange Frankenstein coalition that Trump represents, where he's bringing together these, the richest people in the world who've ever existed with, many working class people. So what binds the vision, right? And what we've come up with in this piece, or what we've proposed in this piece, is that they all have given up on this world. Like they all have bought into a kind of apocalyptic fever, right? Whether it's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and their investments in outer space and sort of writing off this planet, whether AI, which is willing to sacrifice this animate world in order to build an artificial world, or whether it's the more populist MAGA vision of the fortress nation state, right, which is thinking, okay, we know more and more people are going to be coming. We know that disaster is on the horizon. I've listened to a lot of Steve Bannon for when I was writing Doppelganger, and it's all very survivalist, right? It's all of the commercials pretty much are selling gold because the economy is going to collapse. Ready to eat meals for 90 days because you never know what's going to happen. So it sees the nation and the in-group
God
as
damn it,
being
man.
inside the bunker, and then it's exiling the out-group to all of these lawless territories that you've been covering on the show. So it's not the
Čo za
same
kokotinu
vision,
tu
but
ide?
what it shares is this apocalypse.
Čo za sáčko?
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for checking out the video. It is Tuesday, Wednesday in Australia and New Zealand, so it is time for the weekly Atomic Shop update video. Let's see what they got for us today. Oh, this looks awesome. The Switchback Power Armor paint. I love that. I'm gonna have to get that. Let's check out the bundle here. Includes, the Switchback Power Armor bundle. Includes Switchback Power Armor paint, Switchback paint for the minigun, Switchback jetpack, Switchback player title prefix. That is pretty cool. Devil's Moon Movie Night Bundle. Includes the Devil's Moon player icon, the miniature city set, Devil's Moon movie poster, Devil's Moon movie projector, the Egg movie poster, Hollywood popcorn machine, Art Deco theater wallpaper.
No big deal.
So stuff that was on previous scoreboard. Nice to see it back here. The world. What? Time to repaint the camp and make sure you are well prepared. Generate paint cans. Okay then. Well, we got another camp generator, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a must-have for me anytime there's a generator, so I'll definitely be getting this. That's awesome. What else do we got here?
Čo zlaté jabka?
We have lunch boxes on sale. We have repair kits on sale and score boosters on sale. Okay. Yeah, this is looking like a good update so far. I really like the power armor. I'm probably getting that, and I definitely got enough lunch boxes. Don't need repair kits, and the World Wizard is definitely getting this. But let's see what else they have here for us. This is from last week. Greatest hits. Oh. Tickled pig paint. I'm sure a couple people are going to want that. That's awesome. Mall Ally Bundle. Includes Super Mutant Backpack, the Mean Green Pose, Super Mutant Paint Super Sledge, and the Light Ally Mall. Fanatic Scrapper Bundle. Includes the Fanatic Auto Wax paint with decapitated tall head flare, Industrial Floodlight, Fanatic player icon, Red Industrial Floodlight, Fanatic Scrapper helmet, and Fanatic Scrapper outfit. That's just a weird picture. Two of them there. I guess it shows you, but the fact that the light's not centered just bugs me. Sorry. And yes, this I'm sure a lot of people are happy about as well, the Fanatic paint for the Auto Axe. I know you guys love the Auto Axe. Root Cellar Bundle includes the Worm Farm, the Root Cellar Shelter, the Coffin Stash Box, the Light Vines, the Vines, the Heavy Vines, the Ritual Votive stand. Sorry if I said that wrong. I know some people will definitely want these. Haven't seen these in a bit. Nice to see those back. I wish we had the salamander. Like you can interact with it. I think it was on a previous scoreboard, or maybe it was from an event. But if you know what I'm talking about, you could like interact with it. The salamander would like come in and out of his cave. It's really cool. I know a lot of people have been looking for that in the atomic shop, so would have been cool if it was in this bundle, but I just want to say if we can get that back in the store, that would be awesome. I know some people want that as well. Definitely would have fit right in there. Greenhouse porch bundle, or kit I should say. One of the nicer ones. This is quite nice. Especially with the railings there. If you're looking to make like the modern style type houses. The tickled pink paint. We have the turkey mascot outfit. That's beautiful. I love that. I definitely got to do an intro with this on. I'll probably get that. The WV backpack, or sorry, the West Virginia backpack, I should say. Definitely a cool one. I like this. Haven't really been showing off my backpack lately. I usually got it hidden. But some of these backpacks in the store make me want to show it off again. We have the Vault Porter Shelter. Oh, this is like one of the original ones, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. There's like so many shelters now. It's like so hard to keep track. This is a nice one, though. We need to be able to fast travel to it. I could not say that enough. It's like the only reason that I don't really use my shelter, honestly. If I could fast travel to it, it would be like another camp for me. So I would totally invest some time in building it. I have just, you know, sorry, don't really know to it otherwise. Other than for dailies, I think. Yeah, that seems to be it here. We have some free caps here. You know, it's funny. I saw the over here, the tickled pink paint here, and I was like, oh, I wonder how we're going to get that suit, because I'm probably going to get some comments of how to get that suit. Well, amazing enough, it is free on the store here. That is awesome. Love it. We got the bony tail skin. This thing is hilarious. Let's just go around and punch people. That's awesome. That is brutal. Nix-O-Matic. What is this? Lucky for you, this broken down Nix-O-Matic still has some cement in the back. Generate cement. That's awesome. Include it with Fallout First. Awesome. I think we went through this one before. Go through it quick here just in case I didn't. These two we definitely have. And doesn't look like anything new over here other than the Nix-O-Matic. That is awesome. Now, I'm wondering, can we have this and the cement truck? Because if we can't, if we can only have one, I'm definitely having this. Just for the fact that it doesn't take up a lot of space. Like, I have my raid camp. It kind of fits in there. I would keep it there. But I almost like this one better is what I'm getting at. But if we can have both, that would be awesome. And yeah, that seems to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this is all from previous weeks as well. Definitely a good update for me. I'm getting a couple of things from this update. Let me know in the comments if you guys are going to get any of this stuff. As I always say in my updates, make sure you come down to some of the other tabs here. Maybe camp, it'll prompt you at the bottom how to hide own. You know, there could be some stuff down here that I did not mention in the featured or just isn't usually up there. That is usually down here, if that makes sense. Like, let's say the neon sign set here, the fancy bar. Yeah, just throwing it out there, guys. It's worth a check.
I think we got it.
And yeah, not a bad Atomic Shop update. Let me know what you guys think. And as always, thank you so much for taking the time to watch the videos. Have a pleasant evening.
Yeah, we need like 18. 415.
Hey fellow footballers, it's in the Turtle, and with the next match we are getting lots and lots of new and improved cards. I have time to test them now so I know how they work. In this video I will try to go to the point and quickly give you all you need to know about those spare cards. In-depth testing and explanations I did during the live stream. We do testing on live stream, so feel free to check that if you need to dive deeper. Now, first one, Bloodluster. It's quite simple, self-explanatory. If you have any bleed effects, it will be 35% stronger and work faster, which is good. It's really good benefit, and bleed effects will be more powerful from the next update, including the new pain trade that you will be able to use with this pair. So that's definitely a good one. Drum Corps. That's a new stacking mechanic, giving you extra damage every time you fire 50 ammo. 50 ammo spent. It's not fully clarified what they meant by that. It means 50 shots fired. That's what should say, unless they meant it differently. But at this moment, 50 shots fired from the gun. Why I'm saying 50 shots fired? Some guns, like the Cremator, consumes 10 ammo per shot, but still count as 1, not as 10. I was thinking maybe it's all about ammo. It is not. It's fired shot. Positive implications to that, because that's fired shot. If you use, let's say, a magazine, Tesla Science, number 5, minus 20% heavy weapon ammo consumption, you will be getting those stacks per each shot fired, regardless how much ammo you consume. Therefore, like, increasing amount of stacks you can get on a smaller ammo capacity guns. In the same time, everything that insta-refills your ammo, like Wild West Hands or legendary 4-star legendary reload from flashing, will not reset stacks. So you keep stacks if that triggers. It doesn't count as reload that would reset your stacks. Per stack, you will get 9% damage. You can have 10 stacks by default, but there are cards further increasing the stacks, like Bring the Big Guns, doubling the limit for stacks. So with this card, you will get 20 stacks and maximum damage bonus 180%, which is indeed substantial, that you will feel that. If you wonder if that's only for the heavy guns, no, that works with every gun, although you do need relatively high ammo capacity in order to use those perks efficiently. What comes with those stacks as well, new lock and load, you keep half of your ammo spent as stacks when you reload. Each stack is increased by 1%. In the same time, what if you are running the gun that says 75 ammo capacity, so you will generate 1.5 of a stack before the reload? How much you will lose? It actually counts every single shot, so there is no rounding. It's exact halving. Therefore, 75 ammo after reload, you will start with just under 1 stack. It will be displayed 1 or 0, but it will be just under 1 stack. You will have 35 shots already fired. You will fire 15 shots and you will have 1 stack. Therefore, there is no rounding. It's exact number of shots fired that is being halved for the purpose of keeping half of your stacks. And the last one for ammo spender stacking, bare arms, that for the bash damage. This does work with Basher minigun, so minigun shredder does work with this one. You just need to fire 1k 5 mil and then run out of ammo so you don't reload. If you don't reload, you maintain your stacks as long as you don't swap the weapon. So you can run Basher minigun with extra 100% bash damage. Iron Fist has been greatly improved. Iron with extra 10 stacks as long as you don't swap the weapon.
Each stack of ammo spender.
So you can run Basher minigun with extra 100% bash damage.
How? Each stack of ammo spender. You keep how ammo spender stacks when you reload. What is this? That's bullshit.
You will get 9% damage. You can have
That's a
10
horse dog.
staff.
That's a horse dog. It's a horse dog. No nič páni, balíme. Je to bieda, snažíme sa stabilizovať situáciu a vidíme sa pri relaxačnom tréningovom dni číslo 597. Dobre, vidíme sa.